right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party. Guys, that is the best part, so make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to theindianjesus.com for your own official merch. You can get your girl a deep V. All good stuff at theindianjesus.com. And guys, we do also have a Discord server. It is absolutely free to join the Discord server. We are in there 24/7, hanging out, having a good time. That is a great place to meet people. And like I said, it is absolutely free to join. However, if you join this channel as a member, you can scroll right below the video, hit that join button. There's a couple different levels here, but it starts at just $2.99 a month. And that gets you not only members only live streams here on YouTube and all that good stuff, but it opens up the full Discord server. There's a bunch of other channels and the after party channel. So as soon as we are done here, we are going over there. We don't have to worry about any YouTube censors, and you are not stuck behind your keyboard. You are actually on screen with me and everybody else. It is a good time. Come and join us. Shout out to Nordic Born. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Stephen Colbert Cheese and Sizemore. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. So we are, okay, this is going to become relevant. Wait, I'm muted. So this is going to become relevant. So we are going, Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, if you don't know who Cenk Uygur is, was on the Lex Fridman podcast. And as you can see, it goes down almost 4 hours here. And we're obviously not going to be able to cover everything. So I'm going to, just start. But pick, think about which ones which chapters you like, you want to hear from, and we will definitely jump around and get the best stuff. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. Shout out to Dixon Cider. We also got King Nirvana. Welcome, 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 guys. Let's do it.
Communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always evolves into dictatorship. Mm-hmm. It creates a power vacuum. When you say, hey, there's no structure of power here, right? We're all equal. It's a flat line. One guy usually gets up, because that's human nature, and goes, there you go. I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power vacuum. Corporatism hates competition. It wants monopoly and oligopoly power. Whereas capitalism loves competition and wants the free markets. When mainstream media has you hooked, you got no hope, because you don't have the right information. You have propaganda, you have marketing, you don't have real news. When you're in the online world, it's chaotic. And don't get me wrong, it's got plenty of downsides, right? But within that chaos, the truth begins to emerge. Trump is a massive risk because of all the things we talked about earlier. But there is a percentage chance that he's such a wild card that he overturns the whole system.
I mean, that sounds like an endorsement to me. That sounds like an endorsement to me. And so, again, guys, we have a bunch of these chapters, and we're just starting. But let me know which ones you like, and then if somebody seconds it, then we will jump to it. We will jump to it.
And that is why the establishment is a little scared of him.
Yup.
The following is a conversation with Cenk Uygur, a progressive political commentator and host of the Young Turks. As I've said before, I will speak with everyone, including on the left and the right of the political spectrum, always in good faith with empathy, rigor, and backbone. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I say stupid, inaccurate, ineloquent things, and I frequently change my mind as I'm learning and thinking about the world.
I said, shit, me too.
For all this, I often get attacked, sometimes fairly, sometimes not. But just know that I'm aware when I fall short, and I will keep trying to do better. I love you all. This is the Lex Fridman podcast. Here's Cenk Uygur.
All right, so we got a vote here for conspiracy theories. Yeah. So if anybody else likes that, or if you want to see something more than that, then second that. So far we're looking at conspiracy theories after the introduction here.
You wrote a book.
Yeah.
a manifesto that outlines the progressive vision for America. So the big question,
well, obviously we're at the beginning, but like I said, it's a 4-hour podcast. I am not sitting here all night and covering all 4 hours.
Some defining ideas of progressivism?
Yes. So in order to do that, Lex, we got to talk about where we are in the political spectrum. And in fact, there's two different spectrums now. People often think of left, right, and that's true. That exists. But layered on top of that is now populist versus establishment.
It's not really new. I mean, that's the political compass has always been, left and right and up and down. It's just, libertarian versus authoritarian. You could say populist versus establishment, but there's always been that axis.
So I'm center left on the left right spectrum, but I'm all the way on the populist end of the second spectrum. Mm-hmm. So where does progressivism lie within that? Well, I would argue that it's exactly in those places. It's populist, and it's on the left, but it is not far left. So far left is a different animal, and we could talk about that in a little bit. So in terms of what makes a progressive,
yeah, and I would agree that Young Turks is not far left.
So expand the circle of liberty and justice for all and equality of opportunity. Now, people will say, well, that...
No, again, neither do I. I mean, I think they're definitely not... I wouldn't call him a centrist, but I wouldn't call him far left.
That seems pretty broad and all-American, but is it? Think about it. So expand the circle of liberty. Everybody's in favor of that, right? No, absolutely not. So certainly the King of England was not in favor of expanding the circle of liberty, and the Founding Fathers said, we're going to expand it. And they expanded it to propertied white men. And then progressives have been there.
We made it 3.5 minutes, including the intro and the cold open and Lex's intro before we got to identity politics. 3.5 minutes.
Progressives, because they expanded the circle of liberty. They then, from then on, as we were perfecting the union, progressives always say expand it further, include women, include people without property, include all races. And at every turn, conservatives fight against it. So that doesn't mean if you're a conservative today, you don't want to include women or minorities, etc. But today you would say, for example, well, I don't want to expand the circle of liberty to, for example, undocumented immigrants. And maybe you're right about that. And we could have that discussion in terms of a specific philosophy. And I don't believe that undocumented immigrants should immediately be citizens or anything along those lines. But I do believe in expanding liberty overall. And the contours of that are what's interesting. And then you say justice for all. Everybody's for justice. No, right now, marijuana possession is still illegal in a lot of parts of the country. Now, a lot of right wingers and left wingers agree that it should be legal. But for my entire lifetime, Black people have been arrested at about 3.7 times the rate of white people. And the entire country has been fine with it.
Yeah, Steven says Young Turks have tried to move to the center on certain issues with much backlash from longtime supporters. Yeah, remember when Anna came out with her, her thing against birthing persons and bonus hole and stuff, and she was like, "No, I'm a woman," and a lot of people didn't like that. I think she's more centrist than she's become more. She's become more centrist than he is. But I still think I still wouldn't consider them center left. But again, like Steven said, just labels.
Been arrested at about 3.7 times the rate of white people, and the entire country has been fine with it. So,
well, how much more do they commit crimes?
So is that justice? No, they smoke. White people, Black people smoke marijuana at the same rate. Black people get arrested about 4 times the rate. That is an injustice that an enormous percentage of the country was comfortable with. Well, progressives aren't comfortable with it. We want justice for all. So the equality of opportunity is an interesting one because the far left will say, so at least some portions of them will say equality of results, right? So progressives just want a fair chance. So free college education, but afterwards you don't get to have exact same results as either the wealthiest person, or we're not all going to be equal. We don't have equal talents, skills, abilities, etc.
There's a lot of questions I can ask there. So on the circle of liberty, yes, so expanding the number of people whose freedoms are protected. But what about the magnitude of freedom for each individual person? So expanding the freedom of the individual.
And that's one of the big fundamental questions is which do you care more about, the collective or the individual?
And protecting the freedoms of the individual. It seems like progressives are more willing to expand the size of government, where government can do all kinds of regulation, all kinds of controls on the individual.
So, Lex, what we're probably going to talk about a lot today is balance. And so a lot of people think,
Shout out to Lone Wolf. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Good to see you again, guys. These are the different chapters, and we're not going to be able to get through all of them. So, which ones do you want to see? So far, we got conspiracy theories. But what else would you like to see? Welcome.
We're going to talk about a lot today is balance.
And hey, our boy Indie fam. Welcome. So I want to be vice president of the United States. Do you think Kamala can make that happen? I need an equal outcome. Well, you can ask. You can definitely ask Trump all the way.
And so a lot of people think, oh, I'm on the right, I'm on the left. And that comes with a certain preset ideology. So the right is always correct. The left is always correct. So there's two problems with that. Number one, how could you possibly believe in a preset ideology if you're an independent thinker? It's literally, by definition, not possible. If you say, I lent my brain to an ideology that was created 80 years ago or 8 years ago or 800 years ago, and I'm not going to change it, you're saying, I don't think for myself. I bought into a culture. And by the way, there's a lot of different forms of culture you could buy into. Religion, politics, sometimes racial, etc.
Yup. Shout out to Michael. Welcome to the party. We also got Harley in the building, referencing our poll. And I asked, is Cenk Uygur a redeemable person? And Harley asked, what does Cenk need to redeem himself for? Well, if there is conveniently an option that he doesn't need a redemption if you don't think he does. But we'll discuss that a little bit later on. But welcome to the party. So I was just watching this dude. You read my mind. Here I am. So again, guys, we are not gonna be able to cover everything. These are the different chapters, and you guys get to pick where we are going next. So pick something out that looks good to you, put it in the chat, and see if somebody will second it for you. Where are we at? How extreme should we be in seeking balance? If you care about honesty, truth, and reality, very extreme. Extreme is I don't know why you would use the word extreme. Like, how serious should we be? Why do we need to be extreme about honesty? I don't disagree that we should be fully honest. I'm just very confused by the wording. But diving back in,
culture you could buy into. Religion, politics, sometimes racial, etc. So that's why you need actually balance. The second reason you need balance, other than independent thought, is because the answer is almost never black and white. And that gets into a really interesting nuance, because mainstream media, in my opinion, is the matrix. And its job is to delude you into thinking corporate rule is great for you, and we should never change it, and the status quo is wonderful. So they have created a false middle. What mainstream media calls moderate is actually, in my opinion, extremist corporate ideology. So, for example, they'll say Joe.
Again, I don't even necessarily disagree with that.
Manchin is a moderate. None of his positions are moderate, other than potentially gun control.
I don't necessarily think that being extreme in, because the question was being extreme in seeking balance. So I don't disagree that you could try very, 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 very hard to make balance. That's not oxymoronic, but it's just I don't know. I just don't. That's not the wording I would use.
So, for example, they'll say Joe Manchin is a moderate. None of his positions are moderate, other than potentially gun control in West Virginia. He's not for gun control. The people of West Virginia are not for gun control, generally speaking. So, and he uses that, and they usually have these shiny objects where they're like, you see this? I'm a moderate because of guns, or I'm a moderate because I'm a Democrat from West Virginia. But wait, let's look at your position.
Yeah, and the Republicans all going after, before he dropped out. Was it? Did the McCain and Bush aides, was that them endorsing Kamala or Biden? Either way, point made. Shout out to Ruthless Admin. Welcome to the party. So Ruthless Admin's looking at capitalism, meritocracy, and DEI, and would also second the conspiracy theories. Let me grab this up here one more time. Oh, come on. I should have made it smaller, but that's what she said. So yeah, again, think of what you are looking at. And Nirvana, there, didn't you suggest a conspiracy theory? You can't third yourself. Come on, man. Come on, man. All right, we're gonna get to all the good stuff though.
I'm a moderate because of guns, or I'm a moderate because I'm a Democrat from West Virginia. But wait, let's look at your positions. You're against paid family leave. That polls at 84%. So you're a radical corporatist who say that women should be forced back into work the day after they have birth. You're against a higher minimum wage. You're for every corporate position, and they all poll at 33% or less. So Joe Manchin is not at all a moderate. And this applies to almost every corporate Republican and every corporate Democrat. They're all extremists in supporting what I call corporatism. So you have to get to a balance in order to get to the right answer.
So that's an interesting distinction here. So you're actually, as far as I understand, pro-capitalism.
Yes.
Which is an interesting place to be. That's the thing that probably makes you center left and then still.
All right. So we're going to come back to this, jumping over to conspiracy theories. And again, before we dive in here, take a look. And which would you like to see after conspiracy theories?
The Morning Joe still defends him, and you see an objective reality. Biden didn't actually propose that bill. You know that they're lying to you. Test it against objective reality. Did it actually happen or didn't it?
I mean, there's some of that, just to steal some of the conspiracy theories. Do you think there's some value to the conspiracy theories that come from the right, but actually more so come from the anti-establishment? So, I mean, for me,
good question. Good question. More than the right, the anti-establishment, because he started this whole thing off by saying, hey, yeah, there's left and right, but there's establishment and populist, and I'm all the way populist. So by saying these conspiracy theories, and instead of making them, saying they just right wing, by saying anti-establishment, now we're bringing him into the fold, and so we'll see how he interprets that.
There's a lot that raise a bit of a question. A lot of them could probably be explained by corporatism and the military-industrial complex.
Did somebody bring this up about women going back to work? Did I miss something?
But there's also a lot of them can be explained by creepiness and shadiness in human nature. Epstein is an example of that. There's a lot of ways to explain Epstein, including
but self-deletion ain't one.
The basic creepiness of human nature. But there could be bigger explanations underlying it.
So sometimes when we have long, thoughtful conversations like this, I'll say it depends a lot.
Yeah.
And then people get frustrated by that. But then you're frustrated by the world because it depends. So
again, I so far I have not. I mean, obviously we're only a few minutes in, but so far I haven't really heard too much that I disagree with so far from Jake.
So conspiracy theories. If you say, are they all right or are they all wrong? Already the question is wrong.
Well, no, that doesn't go to your question. Then you say if you're all they're all right and they're all or they're all wrong, then the answer is no, they're not all right, and no, they're not all wrong. It depends on which one you're talking about. That's what he means. King said this way of picking topics would work well on a video like Dave Smith on Flagrant, because there was a million topics. Yeah, it was between this and that for today. But we more recently covered Dave, so I was like, let's go with Cenk. So we're skipping around. So now we are down. We're 3 hours, almost 4 hours into this now. Oh, about Manchin? What are you saying? Nobody. Oh, right. Nobody said that women should be forced to go back to work today after they deliver a baby. In fact, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, obviously, he means that if you choose to have a job, then he's talking about maternity leave. But good point. Good point. So there's I don't like Cenk. I don't agree with a lot of what Cenk stands for. But the things that he said so far is not the worst thing. Not the worst thing. We could have, but we could either get some context or get none.
See theories. If you say, are they all right or are they all wrong? Already the question is wrong. So it depends. What is the conspiracy theory? So if it's, some of the absurd ones we've mentioned here, it's easily disproven, right? On the other hand, there's a conspiracy theory about JFK's assassination. which one's the conspiracy theory? That Lee Harvey Oswald from like 12 miles away shot a magic bullet that went like this and hit like 13 people and came out Kennedy's brain? Or that the government might have wanted to cover up an assassination of the president for whatever reason?
I like that phrasing. Which one's actually conspiracy?
Okay. Come on. Now, I'm of course doing hyperbole and like the JFK enthusiast would like, no, it did. The bullet did.
Oh, no, that's not his. That's Joe. I'm thinking, of course. Guys, again, if you could do me a huge favor and hit that like button, helps out so very, very much. It's free, it's easy, and it is gonna make me love you forever. 1 like equals 1 fight.
Actually go like this. It didn't actually hit 13 people. I'm kidding, guys. Okay. But in terms of, is that conspiracy theory real that JFK was not just killed by Lee Harvey Oswald? Almost certainly, right? And so if you read real books with tons of information, the most likely culprit is Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA that he fired. Back when there was a deep state, there actually was a deep state.
Back when? Okay, now, yeah, the deep state's gone now. Okay, Cenk.
They did coups against other countries' leaders all the time, but they tell us, oh, they wouldn't do it to our own leader.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I was talking about not just for women, but for men too. It's nice to have them around because after giving birth, women need time to recover and heal. And their partner is the best person to help with that. And I completely agree. I think that maternity leave, paternity leave, I think I'm totally okay with that being built into how we like the types of benefits and services that come with working the goddamn job all year long. I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, I mean, I think it's like France or something where you get like 4 months. 4 months. I'm just like, yeah, just come back whenever. I think it might be just come back whenever. Oh God. Oh geez, we're losing audio again. Let's see. Let me know if you cannot hear me. Let me know if the audio is good. All that stuff. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Struggle streaming. Struggle streaming. Come on, baby. Oh, we might need a restart. We might need a restart. Oh. Oh, Jesus. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. The struggle stream is real, but don't worry, I won't leave you guys. I would never do that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to restart. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's restart. And again, so we're 3:45:38. I'm very happy with how my computer has just been keeping all the tabs open, like all the windows and tabs. I have 3 tabs, then I have 3 tabs, then I have a window here, I have a window there, I have Discord open, and then I have the video on the other monitor. And when I restart the computer, I don't know why this happens, even after I've done updates and stuff. When I restart, it brings everything right back from where I left it off. So shouldn't be too long. We're already back in, and let's see. I hear the video already. Boom. Look at that. Let's go. All right. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to jump out so we don't get I don't destroy your ears again. I'll be right back. Wait. All right. And we are. Hooah! Jesus Inception. All right. Hopefully that did the trick. Thank you guys for hanging out, and we're back. And look who we got. We got our boy Guam Tech. Welcome to the party, sir. Very, very, very good to see you. Said, good. Okay, TYT is making the grift, in my opinion. They know when to change things up just enough and at the right time to keep the revenue flowing. I don't know. I feel like there's a decent amount of genuineness to the changes that we've seen in Anna, especially in Anna, but in Cenk as well. Good point that they are having financial issues, but that's so that's what that's going to be the next poll is yep, same. So give me money. All right, got it.
Shapiro.
Wait, no, he said 3. Where did it go? 340.
13 people and came out Kennedy's brain, or that the government might have wanted to cover up an assassination of the president for whatever reason. Okay, come on. Now, I'm of course doing hyperbole, and like the JFK enthusiasts would like, no, it did. The bullet didn't actually go like this. It didn't actually hit 13 people. I'm kidding, guys. Okay, but in terms of, is that conspiracy theory real that JFK was not just killed by Lee Harvey Oswald? Almost certainly, right? And so if you read real books with tons of information, the most likely culprit is Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA.
All right, we're back.
Back when there was a deep state, there actually was a deep state. They did coups against other countries' leaders all the time, but they tell us, oh, they wouldn't do it to our own leader. But remember, it's not the CIA. He left the CIA already, right? So so I don't know if it was ex-CIA guys. I don't know if the mob was involved. I don't know any of those details, but I know some things that are obvious. That bullet didn't magically hit him from over there. Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald. Jack Ruby was a mobster who, on the record, had said that he hated Kennedy. All of a sudden, he became patriotic overnight and shot the assailant who was unguarded. Maybe. Less likely. Okay, so let's speed up, though. So my point is, yeah, some conspiracy theories could be true. It depends on objective reality, right? You get to Epstein.
There. You get to Epstein. Okay.
Again, I always do it ahead of time because I want you to test me and see, does it match objective reality? So I said the minute that it happened, you'll have your answer based on whether the video in the hallway worked or not. If the video in the hallway works, there'll be just as many conspiracy theories, but it'll show actually who went in and didn't go in. Okay. But if the video in the hallway doesn't work, they definitely killed him. Okay. So a couple of days later, oh, the video in that particular hallway happened to not be working. And the guards both happened to be on break at the same time. And
I'm just seeing this, Harley. Maybe I could do a members only stream. Maybe we could like do some jamming or something, but that's not really what the channel's about, but definitely in the after party, we could do that. We could have a music night. I'm down. Let's do it.
And the most notorious pedophile criminal in the country happened to be unguarded. And that is the one time he decided to hang himself. Listen, man, the only way you believe that is if you got mainstream media to get you to believe that the minute the phrase conspiracy theory is mentioned, you have to shut off your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to believe whatever the media tells you.
Yep. And again, guys, we are jumping around to the different chapters since we're not going to be able to finish the whole thing. We are down here at conspiracy theories, but and we've already gone through the progressive one. So pick which one you like next. I heard somebody say DEI, but let me know. Keep it in mind because obviously I can't keep this up the whole time.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you just mentioned. Do you think the CIA has not grown in power versus?
No, they've greatly waned in power.
Interesting.
So in the old days,
Oh, Cenk. Okay. Okay.
CIA has an actual deep state, and because the country was run by a bunch of families, right? So you go to Yale, the Skull and Bones thing was real, right? And you go to Harvard, you go to this, and look at the Dulles family, right?
All right, so Joe Rogan has been nominated. Somebody either second it or suggest something else. One more look right quick here. You got Joe Rogan. So either second or pick something else.
The Skull and Bones thing was real, right? And you go to Harvard, you go to this, and look at the Dulles family, right? Half of them go into government, the other half go into banking. Why are the Central American countries called banana republics? Because we America did a coup against one of those countries because a banana company wanted it.
Smart. Can somebody see? So how many CIA employees were there in 1960 versus today? And in case Google is on some BS, I'll copy that and see if we need to go to Chat GPT. What are we doing now? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Let's see. Oh. How many CIA employees were there in 1960 versus today? The exact number of CIA employees both in 1960 and today is not publicly disclosed due to classified nature of the agency's operations. So already a good question. Where are we? Let me get back out a little bit. No, I don't want whatever. Okay. In 1960, CIA was rapidly expanding due to the Cold War. While the exact numbers are not publicly available, it is estimated that they had several thousand employees. Some estimates suggest between 15,000 and 20,000. Today, as in more recent years, estimates suggest that CIA has 20,000 to 25,000. The agency has expanded and evolved significantly since the 1960s, particularly like areas in cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and technology. Keep in mind, these figures are rough estimates, blah, 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 blah. And Cenk was wrong. Cenk was wrong. Good catch. Good catch indeed, Phil. All right. So again, so far we got Joe Rogan, we got DEI. Get a second or a different chapter. As soon as we get a second, then we will pick that chapter. King said, I feel I know everything he will say on Israel, but I would keep an open mind. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. And we got a second for DEI. Shout out to Jason Johns. Welcome to the party. Said, I'm new here and I really love what you do. Well, thank you so very, very much. I'd like to see some more about DEI, and I'll be interested on your thoughts about this. Great content. Thank you. And that is where we will go as soon as we finish the conspiracy theories. I like this.
America did a coup against one of those countries because a banana company wanted it. Okay. Because they're like, how dare you charge whatever you want for your natural resource? We American corporations have the right to all of your natural resources at the lowest possible rate. Alan, get rid of these guys. Okay. And Alan would. And so, and sometimes they would go extrajudicial, right? Like potentially with the JFK assassination. So,
and Trump.
Now, and by the way, you pissed off.
Obviously, we don't know what happened with Trump yet, but we can speculate.
Off J. Edgar Hoover, he was just going to put a bullet in your head and we were done with you. Okay. Fred Hampton, among others. So, but nowadays, that's not how the world works. So, a small number of families cannot control a country and an economy this size. New people pop up. Well, Mark Zuckerberg wasn't part of those families. Elon Musk wasn't part of those families. Neither was Bezos, right? For you to believe those conspiracy theories, you have to think that Bezos and Musk, et cetera, were like, oh, you guys are still running the country? No problem. Go ahead. You're not going to do that, right?
What?
So now,
wait, what?
For part of a country, that's not how the world works. So, a small number of families cannot control a country and an economy this size. New people pop up. Well, Mark Zuckerberg wasn't part of those families.
Okay, but this is a false dichotomy. It can't be that there's a small group of families that have a lot of power. Oh, you said all, so now you're right. Yeah, it makes sense that they don't have all of the power, but it is also reasonable to think that they have a lot of power.
Families. Elon Musk wasn't part of those families. Neither was Bezos, right? For you to believe those conspiracy theories, you have to think that Bezos and Musk, et cetera, were like, oh, you guys are still running the country? No problem. Go ahead. You're not going to do that, right?
I don't think that's the case. I think that in order to, if there is this cabal of small families, I don't know. I don't purport to know exactly what it looks like and how it plays out. But exactly. That's where I'm going. That these people understand that there has to be they have to do enough to let the political theater, the fact that the idea that people could be convinced that they're not controlling everything has to have your Elon Musks and your Mark Zuckerbergs for that to work. Obviously, if only the rich people were in the same family, then it would be pretty obvious. Influence said, yeah, it's not like the head of Pfizer went to the head of the FDA and said, hey, pass this drug. Could definitely could not be the case. The question is undue influence. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. All on the same page here. Cenk's an idiot.
Oh, you guys are still running the country? No problem. Go ahead. They're not going to do that, right? So now we've gotten into a system where it's the invisible hand of the market that runs the country. But unfortunately, it's only for the powerful. And so,
okay, I actually agree with that part.
It's more of a machine. And they don't do, and this is super interesting and ties to what we were talking about earlier, Lex, which is that they don't do political assassinations anymore. They do character assassinations.
You mean like what they've been doing Trump for the last 8 years?
That's the needle in the haystack thing. So, and if you do an assassination of someone, you build up their status. They become a martyr and you build up their cause. But if you do a character assassination, you smear the cause with the person.
Unless that doesn't work, and then you blow his brains out.
And the cause goes down, not up. So the market found a better way of getting rid of agitating outsiders.
Well, that's, one of the conspiracy theories with Epstein is that he's a front for I guess CIA, and they're getting data on people, like creepy pedophile kind of data, they can use to then threaten character assassination, and then they put in this way, put the people in their pockets.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Tate was doing the same thing, right? Shout out to Matthew King. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. So there's family in this world that would make Musk look broke. They have enough wealth and power to keep their name out of the public eye. That's another good point. There's the even the names that we know about. They're still like the Saudi princes. Where they don't keep records on how much exactly what they own and how much money they have and what accounts they. We don't know that. We don't know that. I mean, come on. Seems to read Jack Smith for. Why can you type like an adult, please? Read Jack Smith 4-count indictment of Trump first before claiming it's character assassination. You're joking, right? You not remember Russiagate? That's character assassination.
Then threaten character assassination, and they put them in this way, put the people in their pockets.
So look, we're not in on it, so there's no way we can know, right? But I just always go back to logic. So,
do you though?
He has dirt on a lot of powerful people. He dies in a way that is an obvious murder and not a suicide. And then you begin to think, who would have enough power to be able to get away with that crime? And that is a very limited number of either people or governments, right?
Yeah.
So,
isn't that what you just said isn't the case?
Think, who would have enough power to be able to get away with that crime? And that is a very limited number.
Because we're talking about character assassination.
Of either people or governments, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying that the Jack Smith indictment was Russiagate. You're asking me how can I say that there's character assassination of Trump without reading the indictment? Because of Russiagate. That's the answer to your question.
That's probably your answer without knowing.
Oh my God, you're retarded. You are
anything
too dumb.
that's
You're too dumb to be here.
Yeah. That's crazy. We don't have the list of clients. What is the best way to achieve stability and peace in Israel and Palestine?
All right, we'll come back to that. I did hear people asking about that, but heading to meritocracy and DEI.
Kids who are doing the right thing or smart and want to work hard so they could build their own companies and add to the economy.
What in general is your view on meritocracy?
He's going to say that he's all about it, but then find some way of mental gymnastics to defend DEI.
So I love meritocracy. I wish that we lived in a meritocracy, and I want to drive towards living in a meritocracy. So that's why.
Please let me be wrong.
I don't like equality of results. So, okay, now people that are on the left.
All right. Dilly. I was wrong. So far. And that's why I did put in the title. Were we wrong? The winner of that poll was that yes, Cenk is redeemable, which does imply that he needs to be redeemed. he's saying the right things. He's saying the right things. Matthew said Donald Hitler collided with Russia, is a felon and a sex offender, but yeah, didn't go after his character. What? Yep. I have no idea what that is.
People get super mad at that and go, what do you mean? Well, okay, brother, let's say you're at work and you got one guy who's working his ass off, another guy, let's go, I don't care, I'm not going to do it, right? Well, the guy who works super hard has to pick up the slack. Now he's working twice as hard, right? And now you want the same results? You want the same salary as that guy? No, brother, no. He's working twice, 4 times, 10 times harder than you. That's not fair.
I like that. I like it. I'm just trying to get the right, because they both talk slow. I'm trying to get it to the right spot. I think 1.2 is where we want to go. So again, we are in meritocracy and DEI. We've already done progressivism and conspiracy theories. Let us know what you would like to do next.
Fairness matters. We wound up, we're in the suburbs of Jersey, but we wound up in Freehold eventually. And we lived across a farm, which is kind of in central Jersey, it happens, right? And it was called Fair Chance Farm. I was like, how did I get this? Amazing, yeah, right? Yeah. And I love that. That's the essence of America. And that's what I want to go back to. So we've got to create that opportunity not just because it's the moral thing to do.
All right. I see Israel and Palestine. Let's get a second or a different vote.
But because it's also the economically smart thing to do. If you enable all those great people that are in lower income classes and middle income classes, you're going to get a much better economy, a much stronger democracy. So that's the direction we go.
So
Palestine.
Again, it's about balance. But what do you think about DEI policies? Say in academia and companies, so the movement as it has evolved, where's that on the balance? Is that
CN says the Russian government conducted foreign electoral interference in the 2016 United States election with the goals of sabotaging the presidential campaign of Hillary Clinton. The operation, codenamed Project Laka, was ordered directly by Russian President Vladimir Putin. Okay, and you get mad when I don't bring up the things that you say, and then you say things that are just out of nowhere. Again, I never said, or not that one. I specifically said, I am not saying that the Jack Smith indictments have anything to do with Russia. We were discussing whether or not Donald Trump had his character assassinated. And he did. That's the point. Whether I know about this particular thing or not does not change the fact that that's the case. Shout out to Great Joe in the building. Welcome to the party. Made by Hillary. Yep. Welcome.
Where's that on the balance? Is that how far is it pushing towards equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity?
Okay, so now we're getting into social issues, right? So this is where we all.
And this is why, like, oh, you're not going to be good faith. You're not going to engage my discussions in the middle of your show. That's not about anything about this. This is why.
All rip each other apart, and then the people at the top laugh their ass off at us and go, "We got to fighting over trans issues." They're killing each other. It's hilarious, and they're so busy they don't realize.
Yeah, right. Again, that's the always. Whenever there's something with Trump, they conveniently ignore whenever it happens. There's financial crimes. So there's no financial crimes with any other politician. Oh, but he lied, and nobody else lies. Oh, but he said he tried to do a weird thing to win an election. That this is politics. I don't know if you really understand what is going on here. But just because there's stuff that you don't like on one side that I may agree that is not good doesn't mean the other side is automatically better. And because of that fact, that's why I'm not derailing this entire show to argue with you. Oh, come on. What are we doing here?
As we're running the place, right? Okay, but let's engage. Some people will look at DEI and go, well, that just gives me an opportunity, just like anyone else. I love DEI. Another person will look at it and go, no, that says that you should be picked above me, and I hate DEI.
All right, hold on one second. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I do not know what is happening. Okay, are we back? Are we back? Jesus, I don't know what is going on. Struggle streaming hard today. All right, sorry about that. We should be back.
Just like anyone else, I love DEI. Another person will look at it and go, no, that says that you should be picked above me, and I hate DEI, right? So the reality of DEI is a little bit more complicated. And so, but you got to go back.
Hey, we got our boy Nick in the building. Welcome to the party, moderator of the stars. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother.
So first, did we need affirmative action in the 1960s? Definitely. Why? All the firefighter jobs in South Carolina, as an example.
Wait, I fact check me on this, but I'm pretty sure that I remember hearing that in terms of black families and the rate of I don't remember exactly what the quote is, but in general, like the discussion of how the black family was a lot stronger during Jim Crow than it is now. So what would be the reason that black families were doing well, and then automatically they needed to do so that they were just falling apart? Let's let him explain. Maybe I don't understand what he's saying.
But you got to go back. So first, did we need affirmative action in the 1960s? Definitely. Why? All the firefighter jobs in South Carolina, as an example, are going to white guys. All the longshoreman jobs in New York, LA, wherever you have it, are all going to white guys because that's how the system was. Yes, also in the North, right? And so we now are in a civil rights era. We decide we're going to go towards equality. Minorities, in that case, mainly Black Americans, had to find a way to break in. I'm not trying to, like, if you're
okay, I don't disagree. I don't know if I agree with the fact that there was a break-in period. There needs to be, like, how do we get into this? How do we normalize this? I don't know that that affirmative action specifically is the answer to that, but I also don't know enough to say that you're definitely wrong. I don't think that. I mean, I would need to hear more on how it because we're talking about a 10, 20 year time period. When did welfare come into effect?
longshoreman and it's a good job, you naturally want to pass it on to your son. I get your instinct. I don't hate you for it, right? But we got to let black kids also have a shot at it, right? So you need it in the beginning. But at a certain point, you have to phase it out. So when I was growing up, it's now in the late 80s, early 90s, I hated affirmative action. And I've been principled on it from day one and to this day. I'm not in favor of affirmative action. I say it on the show all the time. Why? I'm a minority. Being a Turk, I grew up Muslim. I'm an atheist now, but
one thing I will always appreciate about him. Great Joe said, no, DEI means I'm better for the job, but your worthless ass gets it because you're a different color or a tranny, because it fits their agenda of making people depend on the government so they can kill us. It really does. Like, I wish that we could get to a place where we have some stated goals or I mean, like, live in the pods and eat the bugs. Like, we know that they want to do that. They've stated that they want to do that, and we know that they are anti-human. But we're getting into a little bit of conspiracy theory territory when they just say so they can kill us. I don't even necessarily think that you're necessarily wrong, but I try to keep it to what we know.
Being a Turk, I grew up Muslim. I'm an atheist now, but generally speaking, a Muslim is certainly a minority in America and pretty much a hated one overall. But I didn't check off Muslim, Turkish, or any ethnicity when I applied to college because I believe in a meritocracy, as we were talking about. But we don't really have a meritocracy now, and so I can come back to that. But right now,
what did he say? We covered him on PBD, I think. And he was talking about it, and it just didn't make sense as far as I remember.
But so I didn't check it out because I didn't want an unfair advantage, because I want to earn it. So now I'm in law school, and I'm hanging out with right wingers because at that point I'm a Republican. And one of the guys says to me about one of our black student going to Columbia. He says, "Oh, I wonder how he got in here." God, that is the problem with affirmative action. It devalues the accomplishments of every minority in the country.
Yup. I mean, hey, again, call it like we see it. Cenk's not, I like I've been saying at the beginning, I think they're the Young Turks in general. I think Cenk's trailing behind Anna a little bit, but they are getting more and more reasonable every day. Every day. Matthew said, "I wish they would stop telling people they aren't good enough on their own, and they will never make it without government help." Yeah. And there we go, agreeing with Cenk again.
You have to transition away from it. If you don't, it sets up a caste system, and that caste system is lethal to democracy.
So that's an interesting position, that even if I don't necessarily agree, don't necessarily disagree, but I don't necessarily agree that we needed affirmative action specifically as the mechanism for Black people to break through into industry in general. But I definitely agree that whatever that was, we need to move away from that. They'd probably rather make us slaves than just be nice and kill us. Sadly, I think you're right. King was talking about Cuban and said he was good because it helped him pick from schools of people he wouldn't have normally had, or something like that. That sounds racist. Why would you not have looked at those people? If they're qualified for the job, why are you not looking at them? Because of their race? And if it's not because of their race, then how does DEI help them? I don't get it. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm curious enough. Let's see if there's if we can get a short thing. Back more Cuban DEI. Let's see. It's 3 minutes. All right.
So we're already on the same page there. All right. So universities.
So you're agreeing with me.
Wait, is this the one that we covered? No, it was PBD, right?
The DEI. So first of all, let's make sure we're on the same page. You're agreeing.
Wait, but if they're not qualified, then why are they getting the job? That's exactly what we're saying. If there's qualified people who are not getting the job and you're not looking at them, then how does DEI help that? Unless you're only not looking at them because of their race. Let's see what he says.
Agreeing with me that DEI is good for business.
No, I'm not agreeing with you there. I'm not agreeing.
I didn't hear any.
Well, because I was going to go to the universities, but it sounds like we agree on the universities. But let me.
Look, if it were up to me, universities have too much overhead.
So I think here's what I would say is on your definition of DEI and the way you define it, which I believe is quite different and far more sympathetic, to me at least, than the accounts that you might hear from other proponents of.
Yeah, Jason, completely agree. 49 years old, spent my working life with any job I've had, working hard and earning what I put into it. DEI, in my opinion, mine as well, opens the door to failure.
Capital D, capital E, capital I. But on your telling of it, my pushback would not be that I disagree with a lot of what you said.
So now I'm remembering that when we did cover Cuban on PBD, that when his interpretation of what DEI was. Now that I'm hearing this, I remember that it wasn't the same interpretation that most of us have. So let's see what that is.
But that it then makes DEI redundant. Okay, because if you're running a business, well, let's just go back to that sole metric that you evaluated in the first place, which is maximizing your return on equity. If that's your actual metric that matters, there are
shout out to Free Breather. Welcome to the party. Vivek the Snake. Hopefully that's just a rhyming because Vivek's the one. But welcome to the party.
Million different targets that need to roll up into that.
Of course. And they're not mutually exclusive.
And of course, and it's different for different companies, right? So my view is it's got to fall out of the mission. It's got to be mission driven by the company. So every company.
Of course it is.
Yeah. So
of course it is.
If I may, right?
So and when you go ahead.
Yeah, just to make sure we get the view on the table, because it's not the classical disagreement. It's just a slightly different type of disagreement. So let's say your company has a mission, okay? I'll give you a good example, actually. This will be very personal to me. Let's say your mission is that you're a steakhouse, okay? And you want to serve your steakhouse chain, and you want to serve good, high-quality steak to your customers. This. Like any business, you're going to need different types of diversity to make your business successful. There are certain types of diversity you want, certain types of diversity you don't want. The kinds of diversity you might want people who are good wait staff. You might want people who are good at the cash register. You might have good managers, a good chef, okay.
Yeah, I was saying it's grossly misused and ends up hurting people trying to get into industries rather than help them. Just like the minimum wage.
Even the kind of diversity you want, I would add a lot of diversity to the ranks of a steakhouse. I'll tell you why. Because I'm a vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian on principle. It's a part of my religious upbringing. But
I'm pescatarian. I'm pescatarian.
Right, so I don't believe in killing animals for culinary pleasure. It just happens to be a family belief of mine, and that I've raised in and that I raised my kids in as well. I respect the right of the steakhouse to go pursue its own mission. I don't think the government should be stopping them from doing it. But even though I would add diversity to the ranks of the steakhouse, I don't think that would necessarily make them better because it doesn't align with their mission. So every business has to ask itself what kind of diversity.
Wait. So you're saying because you're vegetarian.
So I think it's starting to come back to me. I might be wrong, but if like I said, it's coming back to me that I think when Cuban hears diversity, he thinks of legitimate diversity of thought and not just racial. But I could be wrong. Yep, it definitely violates companies' fiduciary requirement. That's for sure. Grape Joe said, here's some truth. I worked for a company that worked for the Pepsi plant and got a special training class before I could go in and do my job like I've done for over 5 years. The class was how to be, I don't have a drum roll sound, but how to be, I'm going to guess, anti-racist. Let's see if I'm right.
So every business has to ask itself what kind of diversity.
Wait. So you're saying because you're vegetarian, how would they add you to the? How would you?
I would add diversity. So my point is, I would add
diversity where
intellectual diversity of thought to a steakhouse, right? But I wouldn't be a good employee because I'm not aligned with the mission.
Come on, Vivek. Come on, Vivek.
No, come on. The point I'm making is
diversity.
Different types of businesses need
more black. I don't think you can do that. I think you either are black or you're not black. Even Kamala Harris is either, whatever day she chooses, is not black or black. I don't think there's levels to that.
Need different types of diversity. That's the whole thing.
Course.
So how could it be that every business sets the same quota or same target based on race or gender, when in fact every business should say we need this type of diversity? People who have experience in humanities or math.
They do.
And they already do by focusing on return on equity.
Why do we need DEI?
Capital D.
They go hand in hand. They go hand in hand because that CEO, if they can't hit their equity goals, right, their ROE goals, they're getting fired. Right,
that's gone. So that's what it comes down to. The ROE goals, the return on equity goal, which means there's a million factors you got to cover. Why do you want one blanket category?
It's not one blanket strategy. No CEO would have a clue.
Because it's
it doesn't.
It's the same. Race and gender. Race and gender is what it always comes down to.
So that's yeah. I think I was right about that. That when he hears diversity, he just hears different people, different stuff. And that's why Vivek was saying it always comes down to diversity of gender and diversity of race, not diversity of thought or diversity of skill or diversity of culture or anything except skin color or gender. And King, remind me why that was good.
You have to transition away from it. If you don't, it sets up a caste system, and that caste system is lethal to democracy. So does DEI go to
That definitely was Mark Cuban. I don't know if maybe you're thinking of a different Mark Cuban, but that was definitely Mark Cuban. But welcome to the party, Harley. So when I worked at Panera, too. We had to take a training class about microaggressions and how to avoid them. In reality, according to their standards, that just means don't ask anybody personal questions. I'm glad I was out of there by then. Grape Joe said it was so bad. It was so bad that was the day I never worked there again and almost lost my job because I told them I wouldn't do it. There you go. Stand on business.
Is lethal to democracy. So does DEI go too far in some instances? Yes. But is it a boogeyman that's going to take all the white jobs and make them black, as Trump would say, black jobs, right? And give minorities too much power, etc.
Again, now you're saying all. Did anybody propose or did anybody suggest that DEI is going to make the entire white population unemployed? This is where I get frustrated with people like Cenk. It's like you have semi-good ideas, but the rhetoric that you use is so flippant and it's not concise. You almost have a point here. But simply by using the word all goes out the window.
Bless. But is it a boogeyman that's going to take all the white jobs and make them black, as Trump would say, black jobs, right? And give minorities too much power, etc. No, the idea isn't to rob you and to give all the opportunity to minorities. The idea is to make it equal. But as the pendulum swings, did it swing too far in some directions? Yes. The left.
But maybe the attempt to make things equal by outcome is what went too far. That is what's going too far.
Can't acknowledge that, and the right thinks can't acknowledge that. Of course, at some point, you got to give a chance for others to break in so they have a fair chance.
By the way, Michelle,
I don't disagree that people need a chance to break in, but I don't think that needs to come directly from the government. I think there definitely could be incentives, like if you had tax incentives to hire black. We're talking about the 1960s. If you had tax incentives to hire black people, cool. But they still have to be qualified. Thinking of a few lost jobs for bringing up the bigwigs in charge. This world is unbelievable. Yep. They want you to keep quiet.
Some point you got to give a chance for others to break in so they have a fair chance.
By the way, Michelle Obama had a good line about the black jobs in the DNC
Great
speech,
line.
where somebody should tell Trump that the presidency might be just one of those black jobs. Anyway.
What?
So we have one black president and one Indian woman whose dad was born in Jamaica, and that makes it a black job. And that's not offensive. But talking about black people who actually hold jobs and just saying black jobs, meaning jobs that are held by black people, that's offensive.
What?
Okay.
Anyway, but why do you think the left doesn't acknowledge when DI gets ridiculous, which it in certain
Definitely
places
has.
and in certain places at a large scale has gotten ridiculous?
Because people are taught to just be in the tribe they're in and to believe it 100%. Like, I've gotten kicked out of every tribe. I might be the most attacked man in internet.
There was nothing in there that would lead me to believe that was a joke. You just said Mark Cuban did good. I can't see what's in your mind. I can't see your face. I can just read words.
History, partly because we've been around forever, and partly because I disagree with every part of the political spectrum, because I believe in independent thought. And the minute you vary a little bit, people go nuts. And so
So what I won't do, which is what Destiny was doing to Jesse yesterday, is that because he has certain ideas that disagree with him, that it automatically means that he's brainwashed and he's this and he's that and he's that and whatever.
far left tribe is going to go with their preset ideology, just like the far right tribe is.
So we did cover that, right? Yeah, my memory is not good. I don't know who told you I had a good memory, but I definitely do not. I couldn't remember. Was it not PBD? I could have sworn it was one-on-one, and you guys are funny. I could have sworn it was a one-on-one, Mark Cuban and PBD. No, now I got it. Now this is driving me crazy. It was a Vic. Okay. We covered that entire conversation. Good one, King. Good one, King. You got me. You got me. You got me.
And so the far left tribe is going to go with their preset ideology, just like the far right tribe is. So, for example, on trans issues, we've protected trans people for over 20 years in the Young Turks. We fought for equality for trans people and for all LGBTQ people.
What equality do they not have?
For 2 decades, we did it way before anyone else did. When Biden came out in favor of gay marriage in 2013, we're like, this is comically late. So, like, we're all supposed to, like, congratulate him in the year 2013 that he thinks gay people should have the same rights as straight people.
Especially from a left-wing position. I don't know how you can have a different opinion than that.
And then he had to push Obama to get there, right? So, on the other hand, I'm like, guys, if you allow trans women to go into professional sports, not at the high school level, but professional sports. But let's say they go into MMA or boxing, and a trans woman.
Well, you're not really going to make the trans argument with combat sports, are you, Cenk? You're not going to do that, are you?
Oh, trans women to go into professional sports, not at the high school level, but professional sports. But let's say they go into MMA or boxing, and a trans woman. I mean, it happens in boxing, it happens in MMA. punches a biological woman so hard that she kills her, right? So you're going to set back trans rights 50 years. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. You have to do bounds of reason. So
wait, your argument is that it's okay that this woman dies so that you don't set back 50 years of trans rights?
What?
That this woman, just by being a woman and wanting to be great at her skill and at a competitive level, because there's 1% of trans people, she needs to die so that your work doesn't go for nothing? That's kind of disgusting. I mean, I was wondering how long it would take before we got to something that I really didn't like. But here we are. Let's hear, just in case. I'm wrong. Just in case.
I mean, it happens in boxing. It happens in MMA.
It already has. When, God damn it, Fallon Fox broke that chick's orbital.
Punches a biological woman so hard that she kills her, right?
Okay. And so that's the situation. A biological man, a biological woman are fighting. They've agreed to fight. And the woman dies because she's been punched in the face so hard because it's a man.
So you're going to set back trans rights 50 years.
Yeah. If people are dying, then yeah, I would think that you would care about the women's rights, to not die because they're playing a sport. What are you talking about?
Right. So you're going to set back trans rights 50 years. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. You have to do bounds of reason. So when I say simple things like that, and I say you give LeBron James every hormone blocker on planet Earth, he's still going to dominate the WNBA. Okay. It would be comical. He might score 100 points a night. Okay?
So then how is it setting back trans rights to be okay in combat sports, but not in basketball?
Okay. And they'll say, oh, that's outrageous. And some have called me Nazi for saying that trans women or that professional leagues should make their own decisions on whether they allow trans women in or not.
They already do.
So why do they say that? Because they're so besieged. They think we cannot give an inch. We cannot give any ground. If you give any ground, you're a Nazi. Okay. So we've got to get out of that mindset.
What do you mean? What wording on what is misleading to what?
You can't function in a democracy and be in an extreme position and expect the rest of the country to go towards your extreme position.
You mean the position where you just said to let a girl die as to not set trans rights back? Extreme position like that?
So why do you think we are?
I'm hoping I'm misunderstanding this. I'm hoping, Harley, you understand what he's saying, and I've just got this really wrong. Because I listened to it twice, and it really seems like he said, well, we just, if she dies, she dies.
Expect the rest of the country to go towards your extreme position.
So why do you think we are not in a meritocracy?
So because of the corruption, for example, but remember, corporate media is the matrix and they plug you into cable, right? In the old days. Now it's a little bit
the matrix
different because of online media, but especially 10 years ago. And remember, we started 22 years ago. So I've been losing my mind over how obvious corporate media corruption has been for decades now, right? But no one acknowledged it until online media got stronger. But one of the myths that corporate media creates is the myth of meritocracy.
Okay. This makes a lot more sense. Thank goodness. Jesus. He's saying they shouldn't be in women's sports because when the dude kills a woman, it would send the trans right that. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Whew. And yeah, not just sports, right? All fights. Okay, that makes infinitely more sense. I think that could have been worded a little bit better, but okay. I misunderstood.
But one of the myths that corporate media creates is the myth of meritocracy. Not that meritocracy can't exist or shouldn't exist, but they pretend it exists today. So the problem with that myth, Lex, is that it gets people thinking, well, if they're already rich, they must have merited it by definition. So all the rich have merit.
Ooh, I got a good poll question because I know where he's going with this. How do I want to word this? So, okay, I got it. Is it meritocratic for a person to work hard to provide inherit. How the fuck do you spell inheritance? Inheritance. In the trying to say for the children. God damn it. For one. There we go. Okay. Is it meritocratic for one to work hard to provide an inheritance for their children? For the children, is it meritocratic? Meaning somebody like myself. My dad came here with nothing and built up his wealth and was able to send me to a private college, and I had no debt. I didn't have to pay a dollar of my own. He was able to send me there. Things like that. Does that count as something that is earned by me by merit, or no? That's what I mean by the poll there. But yeah, I'm glad. I was kind of thinking. I knew it. I knew it was a crazy thing to say. I was like, really? Jason said, if he's so concerned about transgenders participating in sports, give them their own league and let them battle it out with themselves. Even out the playing field. The problem with this is that there's just not enough trans people to play to make an entire league in any given local spot. That's the problem.
Merited it by definition. So all the rich have merit. And the reverse of that. If you're poor or middle class, well, you must not have merited wealth. So you're no good. We don't have to listen to you. And that's a really dangerous, awful idea. And so if we get to a meritocracy one day, I'll be the happiest person in America.
Yes, you won't offend me, and it's anonymous. Hit the poll.
But right now, look here. I'll give you an example that I put in the book, and it's not us. This
thank you, Harley and Matt. You guys came through.
Other.
Oh man, I am glad that I did not let this stream finish with me thinking that Cenk said it's okay to let a woman die for trans rights. I'm glad that didn't happen. So I need you guys. And
it's not us. This other folks did this YouTube video. I can't even quite find who they were, but it was a brilliant video. And they said, okay, we're gonna do a 100-yard race. But hold on, before we start, anyone who has two parents, take 2 steps forward. Anyone who went to college, take another 2 steps forward. Anyone,
yeah. And they do the thing, you just go forward and forward and forward and forward. And whoa, their starting line is here. Their starting line is all the way back there. Yes, like being fair, baby.
Who doesn't have bills to pay for education anymore, take 2 steps forward. They do all these things, right? And then at the end, before they start, somebody's 20 yards from the finish line, and a lot of people are still at the starting line. And then they go, okay, now we're going to run a race. And the guy who's right next to the finish line wins. And they go, meritocracy. Okay.
So
that's why I'm asking, because the idea of meritocracy isn't that everything is equal. It's that everybody has the equality of opportunity. And definitely you have more opportunities if you come from a family like mine than if you're living in a very low class neighborhood. But I think that it is, and obviously I'm biased to be in this position, but like, my dad could have done anything, and I think all of us want to work to gather wealth to be able to give better lives than we had to our children. I don't think that's a wrong thing, but is that meritocracy on the part of the recipient? I don't know. Greg Jones said, you're right. Caitlyn Jenner can destroy all the swimmers now. Well, I mean, we still got Michael Phelps, so not the best example. Whatever, right there with you. Shout out to VHS. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. King says, I think the answer is to give them what they want by doing no gender sports. So when it's just all men competing, the combo can maybe end and we can go back to normal. Bingo. I completely agree with you. Give them what they're asking for. And show them how bad it's going to get. Because we've tried to articulate why this is a bad idea. And it'll show up with it'll show up in sports probably a lot more quickly than it will in, areas of life that really matter. Meaning, I don't think that there's necessarily going to be such a huge uptick of like quote unquote trans men, like these AGP guys wearing dresses, going in and assaulting women in women's bathrooms. I don't think that's going to happen as much as like, oh, we're letting we're doing no gender sports. Let's go. I'm going through the women's league. I think that'll be really quick, really quick. I understood probably otherwise. He's at school. I think you did. I think you and Harley both caught it. I was like, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, because if he really does think that, then there's definitely going to be something else that comes up about it. I said women's sports doesn't want to be popular. For the first time in over a decade, they get somebody who is good to watch, and they're literally attacking her and trying to get her to leave. Who are we talking about? What woman is who are you referring to? Yeah, exactly. That's where it'll lead. The no gender just becomes men's sports, because, and maybe there'll be a woman here or there and whatever. Just like there's been female kickers in the NFL, especially in like in baseball in the AAA leagues. There might be this, that, or the other, but by and large, women will not be in sports. VHS says, listen, letting trans kid compete in women's sports completely undermines Title IX. Yup. Grape just said, okay, maybe field hockey, but who the fuck has ever watched a single field hockey game? Caitlin Clark. I do not know who that is. Is she on? Hi, girl. How many followers does she have? Why is this going so slow? Okay, 2.8 million followers. Like, okay. Okay. I mean, hey, do you? I mean, I'm not watching the WNBA, but I don't watch the NBA either. So, yes, girl tried to play men's hockey and lasted one game. Yep. Nick said, I think the biggest misinformation that was put out was trying to make it seem like there was nothing bad on Hillary Clinton's computer. Yeah. Not even a full game. Oh, come on. What about Kobe? She's a new sensation. Yeah, well, that shows you. Well, no, that's not fair. I'm not a sports guy. I wouldn't have heard about her anyway. So, I mean, hey, shout out to her. But wait, what was the initial thing? You were saying they don't want to, for the first time in over a decade, they get somebody who's good to watch, and they are literally attacking her and trying to get her to leave. Why are they attacking her?
Starting line. And then they go, okay, now we're going to run a race. And the guy who's right next to the finish line wins. And they go, meritocracy. Okay.
So the challenge there is to know which disparities, when you just freeze the system and observe, are actually a result of some kind of discrimination or flaw in the system versus the result of meritocracy, of the better runner being ahead.
That's right. There are some parts that are easy to solve, Lex. So, if you donated to a politician and he gave you $1 billion subsidy, right, that's not meritocracy.
Right. So if you follow the money, you can see the flaws in the system.
Exactly. And so, and again, nothing's ever perfect at any snapshot of history, right? Or of the moment. You're going to be at some point in the pendulum swing. But if you trust the people and you let the pendulum swing, but not wildly, then you're going to get to the right answers in the long run.
I mean, I agree, but what is let the pendulum run? That's not really a thing that we have a control over as individuals. Like, we can come together and try to say, okay, now that, this is the whole thing of the woke right or the trans right or the meme right or the whatever, that the tide is turning, the pendulum is swinging back. But in order for us to do what he's asking, would need everybody to be on the same page. And that's not really realistic. So about Caitlin Clark, Harley said they denied her to play on Team USA because she wasn't good enough, even though she has the best playing record out of all of them. It's simply jealousy. Oh, ladies. Oh, ladies. Ladies, ladies, ladies. What are you doing, bro? King, so you asked about Clark, so I'm telling you, people see her like a female Kobe. Gotcha. And they seem to attack because of the white privilege. There it is. Grape Joe said, well, there's one in NASCAR. Been trying forever. Still not think she's ever even finished a race. What am I talking about? Women driving a car. Ha. Would be a fantastic joke if we didn't have Danica Patrick. Fantastic joke, but Danica Patrick.
Let the pendulum swing, but not wildly.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you can do.
Then you're going to get to the right answers in the long run.
So you think this woke mind virus that the right refers to is a problem, but not a big problem?
Now, yes, it is a problem, but it's not as big of a problem that it was 6 months ago.
No. So the right wing drives me crazy. So
you drive us crazy.
Look, guys, your instincts of populism is correct. Your instincts of anti-corruption is correct, right? And I love you for it. And so, and in a lot of ways, the right-wing voters figured out the whole system screwed before left-wing voters did. Now, I shouldn't say left-wing voters because progressives and left-wing have been saying it for not only decades, but maybe centuries, right? But Democratic voters, a lot of Democratic voters, some of them actually like this current system. Some of them, a lot of them have been tricked into liking this current system. And the left should be fighting against corruption harder than the right. But right now, unfortunately, that's not the case. So there's a lot that I like about right-wing voters, okay? But you guys get tricked on social issues so easily, right? So how many
please explain.
People are involved in trans high school sports and a girl who should have finished first in that track thing?
So he's going to go with, oh, it's just a few people. This is a bad argument, Cenk, because you are pushing for more of it. Yeah, it's small now because you haven't succeeded in pushing it. That's why we're up in arms against it, because we don't want it to get to the place where you want it to get to. Right now, there's not that many people. Okay, not a big deal. Not something that affects people's daily lives unless you are a parent or a teacher or big facetious there. But that's the whole point. They always try to make this argument. And Matt Walsh fucked up hugely when he said there was hundreds of thousands of kids getting surgery. But that doesn't change the fact that they want there to be hundreds of thousands of kids who are going through with these surgeries. It's not just a random thing. So let's take something we all agree on. I think we can all agree that murder is wrong, right? So if we started seeing an increase in the murder, but it was only 1% of the population, would it be a reasonable argument to say, well, I mean, how many people are really getting murdered? Do we really need to be worried about this murder stuff? While there's an entire party saying, hey, we should legalize murder. It's okay to murder. If you're a child, then it's important for you to learn in school so that you understand when somebody gets murdered when they're older, maybe somebody's parents were murdered. I mean, how are you going to explain that to them? We have to do that in class. That's the fucking point. It's not there yet. So, here's the thing. We just slipped into far right and far left. And it's quite a bit of a chapter. So we can skip to Israel, Palestine, or we can stay here. Whoever answers first gets to decide. Are we staying here on far left versus far right? Or are we going to what was voted on, Israel, Palestine? Harleen says, I want transports. I want to see football players playing tennis, hockey players in UFC, and bodybuilders in gymnastics. Dilly, comment of the night. There we go. All right, so we'll go here, and then we'll do Israel next.
Sports, and a girl who should have finished first in that track thing.
I said, shit, me too.
In a race in the middle of Indiana, finished second. First of all, this is the big crime. And how many people are involved? About 13 out of a country of 330 million people. And you can't see that that's a distraction, right? So, and everything they did that is like bait that the right-wing media puts out there, they run after.
Oh, I missed this. And even though it's not relevant to what we're talking about, there is no way this could come up in my chat and me not say, I fucking agree wholeheartedly.
I mean, Tucker Carlson doing insane segments about M&M's should be sexier. Mr. Potato Head has gender issues. Guys, get out of there. Get out of there. It's a trap.
But so randomly, people started talking about M&M's, right? Randomly, people started talking about the peanut. I agree that it's a little weird to be upset that a cartoon M&M is not sexy anymore. That's not the fucking point. You were the ones who were like, hey, look at this just random, it's just a cartoon. This is sexualized. This is so bad. We have to get rid of this. But you look at genderqueer and like, yeah, put it in the kids' library. What? Make it make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that there absolutely. It doesn't mean that there's larger scale issues with things like DEI that aren't so fun to talk about or viral to talk about on an anecdotal scale. There is DEI does create a culture of fear with cancel culture, and it does create a kind of culture that limits the freedom of expression, and it does limit the meritocracy in another way. So you're
propaganda. That's it. I too was promised that the country was going to come to an end, and I believed it so much so that I cast a vote for the worst woman walking this earth. The most shameful thing. I spent 5 years as a drug addict. I sold my friends a vintage guitar amp, which was worth thousands of dollars, for $150 split among two people so that I could get some drugs. And I'm still more ashamed of voting for Hillary Clinton. They think it would be different now because of propaganda. That's it.
And it does limit the meritocracy in another way. So you're basically saying, forget all these other problems. Money is the biggest problem.
So first of all, on AOC, as an example, and I don't mean to pick on her, but she won through the great work of her and Shortcut Chakrabarti and Corbin Trent and others.
So it's chief of staff and former communications director,
who were leaders of the Justice Democrats that went and helped her campaign. They were critical help. And we all told her the same thing. So it's not about me. And so we all said, you've got to challenge the establishment and you've got to work on money and politics first. Because if you don't work on money and politics and you don't fix that, you're going to lose on almost all other issues. But she didn't believe us because it's uncomfortable. And all the progressives that went into Congress, they drive me crazy. They think,
I don't know too much about the particulars about that stuff. I do know that they were the whole force the vote thing. That was definitely a big clash. But I'm inclined to believe him here. Harley said, Green M&M sexualized? I don't think they had to completely remove her because of Rule 34. Poor assurance. And again, I agree. But like when Cenk brings it up, he acts like Republicans or conservatives randomly were like, hey, everybody, this M&M is so important to us. As if they didn't get rid of Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima and what was the other one? They left the Quaker Oats guy, they left the white guy, but any black mascot was just nuked out of existence. Hashtag representation.
Oh, no, you're exaggerating. No, these are, and the minute they get in, all of a sudden, my colleagues, right? Your colleagues hate you and they're going to drive you out. You're a sucker. And Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, what did they do? They drove them out. Marie Newman.
They lied. They definitely lied. Grape Joe is saying he murdered millions and got paid for it. Now they passed a law to stop it, even though they proved he was paying China to do it. And then Biden gets in and lets spy. What are we talking about? Pass a law about this. Okay. But yeah, bunch of liars on the screen here.
And Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, what did they do? They drove them out.
That's weird, indie film. There you go. Thank you, Jason. Good call. Yeah, Land O'Lakes, Indian lady, gone. Uncle Ben, black dude, gone. Aunt Jemima, black woman, gone. The actual chief, who was a real chief, who the tribe actually appreciated from the Washington Redskins, gone. But Quaker Oats, hey, he's white, so that's good.
out. Marie Newman drove them out, right? And because they're not on your side, they're not your colleagues. And what happened to $15 minimum wage? And I remember talking to one of those Congress people, I won't leave out the name, and saying, hey, you know they're not going to do $15 minimum wage. And he's like, oh, Cenk,
Good.
you're out of the loop. Nancy Pelosi assured us that they are going to do $15 minimum wage. I'm like,
And what is is it still 12? What is the current U.S. Is it 15? I thought it was 15. I don't know why this is taking so long. What are we doing? What are we doing? Do the thing. That's not what I want to do. Come on. Federal is still 7. Wow. Holy shit. Federal is still $7.25 an hour. That's bad. But again, I think that there should be no minimum wage. And so you should be able to work a job for $3 an hour and work your way up. But yeah, the 15 ain't helping nobody. Shout out to T Solara V over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Yeah, when I had my first job at Target when I was 16, it was $7.25. And the understand me, I'm okay with the minimum wage being gone. I don't think that it's okay for big corporations to be paying people $7.25 an hour. Those are two different things. Shout out to Soft Num-Nums. Welcome to the party. So I'm surprised how easily Chunk is triggered into acting like a pissed off toddler. I mean, we have been jumping around, so I haven't seen too much of that yet, but I'm sure we're going to get into it in this part. Welcome to the party. King said there's nothing wrong with the Quaker Oats. I misheard. No, there's nothing wrong with any of them. But it's only the white guy that they kept on. The only white not spokesperson, mascot. The only white mascot that they had out of the four is the only one that still exists. They had Land O'Lakes, Uncle Ben, Aunt Jemima, and Quaker Oats, and the only one left is the white guy. Soft Num said I used to like TYT. More Jimmy Dore stuff. Yeah, I appreciate. Don't agree with the perspectives of specifically about Trump, but I have a lot of respect for Jimmy Dore. Matthew King said it went to $7.25 when I was in high school, I believe. Late 90s. Wild. T Solara said, yeah, they got rid of the brown ones because of racism. Makes a lot of sense. What else would it be? Do you have an alternate explanation?
I think you're out of the loop. Nancy Pelosi assured us that they are going to do $15 minimum wage. I'm like, I love you, but you're totally wrong. Moneyed interests are not going to do $15 minimum wage. You have to start fighting now, right? And they didn't get it. So they lost on almost all those issues because it's all about incentives and disincentives and rules. If you don't fix the rules, you're going to constantly run into the same brick wall. Now, the second issue that we were talking about is in the culture wars. The rest of us are stuck between the two extreme 2%ers, right, on both sides. So the 2%er on the left goes, if you're a white woman, you need to shut up and listen now, okay? That's ridiculous. No, you don't. If you're a white woman, you have every right to speak out. You have every right that every other human being has. And so would I love for all of us to listen to one another, to have empathy for one another and go, hey, I wonder how a right-winger thinks about this. I wonder how a left-winger thinks about this. I wonder why they think that way, right? I love that and I want that. So I want you to listen, but I don't want you to shut up. So that 2% gets extreme and I don't like it. But on the right wing, you got your 2% who think that that's all that's happening on the left. And that's all that's happening in American politics. And they think the entire left believes that tiny 2%, right? And so they hate the left. And they're like, oh, I'm not going to shut up. Oh, I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm not going to do any of these.
Well, that's why I just asked T. Solara. Because T. Solara said, yeah, they got rid of the brown ones because of racism, ? Makes a lot of sense. So I don't know if that's saying that, yeah, they got rid of all the brown ones, but it's because of racism. Ironically, that doesn't make sense. Or if you're making this kind of argument. So no, I'm saying they got rid of the brown ones because they said it was racist for brown people to be the mascot or whatever. Like they didn't get it. Okay, same page. Yeah. And then that's what this was their reasoning, that it was cultural appropriation for a company owned by a white man to use a POC as a mascot.
Stupid.
Soft Num Num said, sorry, it was just a random general observation of Chunk. All good, all good. So they used to think he was more calm and calculated, but I've seen him act out way too many times now whenever confronted about lies he believes. And yeah, I agree, kind of. Because I do think that, I mean, look at that freeze frame. Look at that freeze frame. I do feel like he's very he's a lot more comfortable, in his own studio, and so you get a lot more of like big emotional things, but because of the fact that he does get triggered, we gonna see some shit. And yes, it did come up. Lex asked him about fighting Joe Rogan, so we will not end this stream before we see that.
The left, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to shut up, I'm not going to wear a mask, I'm not going to do any of these things, and I'm not going to do any, that's a freedom based. And then a Republican comes along and goes, oh yeah, that thing you call freedom, that's deregulation for corporations, because you shouldn't really have freedom, companies should have freedom, right? And then the guy goes, yeah, freedom for ExxonMobil. No, brother, they tricked you.
Yeah, the 2% on each side is then use.
That's just that's such a like false culmination of a simp. I'm trying to think of exactly what I'm saying, but that's such a simplistic way of thinking of things, that you can be making those arguments for companies that are not ExxonMobil and still be like, okay, yes, ExxonMobil is the type of company that's in the upper oligarchical whatever bullshit, but that's not the same for just a family business or whatever. Hold on here, boy, come up here. Ready? Look what we got. Our boy Texas Long Dog in the building. Welcome to the party with the $10 super chat. See how much better it is when he's in the chair? I wish he would just stay in the chair. Thank you so very much. He is doing much better than he was, and I'm very glad and very good to see you. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much. Let's grab this one and dive right back in. Soft Num Num said he was different before Trump, and it's noticeable to me, almost like the Sam Harris issue. Sometimes it's like, just stop playing the tribal game and live in reality. Bingo. TDS. These. What's he talking about? It's not simplistic, it's purposely misleading. Yeah, agreed. Did I miss this one? King said the Quakers make Quaker oatmeal, so it makes sense to have a Quaker as the mascot. Am I sure of exactly what a Quaker is? Not at all. It's a religious thing that has some aspects of like what the Amish do. They're not Amish, and they're not. What's the other group? It starts with an M. Medianite? Am I making that up? I don't know. There's something else, but it's one of those groups. It's based on their religion. But thank you again, Texas Long Dog, and welcome to the party.
Oh. No, brother, they tricked you.
Yeah, the 2% on each side is a useful distraction for the corruption of the politicians via money. Still, I'm talking about the 96%
Mennonite. There you go. Mennonite. There you go.
And the impact that DEI policies has on them.
Yeah, so here's where it gets absurd. I'll give you a good example of absurdity. So
before we get to that, we do have 10 votes on our poll, and 60-40 say that it is meritocratic for the children. So in your opinion, T-Seller got it right. You guys are on point. So 60% of you say that that I deserve to have gone to college for free because my dad earned that for me. And 40% of you say, no, it don't work like that. He worked for that, and then you just got it for free. I kind of am inclined to agree with the no. I don't feel like I earned anything. But either way, very, very glad and very grateful to my father for providing that life for me. I don't think Quaker actually exists anymore. Do the Quakers still exist? Let's see. Let's see. He talks like Kamala. He's not that bad. He's not that bad. Anyone said, I believe Quakers were the religion that were against sex, and they had to adopt children to keep the religion going. Interesting. Interesting. The Quakers are here, all right. There's a bunch of Quakers here. I don't know about Quakers, but so let's see. They do still exist today. The Religious Society of Friends, commonly known as the Quakers, is a Christian denomination that originated in England in the mid-17th century. While the movement began as a radical religious group, it has evolved over time, and Quaker communities exist around the world. Many countries, significant populations, the U.S., UK, Africa. There are different branches of Quakers, more traditional, theologically Christian, to more liberal, non-theistic, or universalist communities. Quakers are known for their commitment to pacifism, social justice, simplicity, and equality.
Beta.
Got it. Got it. So, I mean, they're there, but, you know, y'all all gonna be in the same boat of believing some dumb shit, and the secularists who know what's good. We'll save you. We'll save you. I promise we will. Where are we at here? Making us our sweet oatmeals. Yeah, right. What would we do without it? I actually keep an electric kettle and a thing, not real oats, but the quick oats in my room, and a thing of syrup. So, like, anytime, middle of the night, if I'm like, oh my God, I'm so hungry, I forgot to make food, or I'm fucked up, or I'm whatever, I can always just click that thing on. It heats up the water. I'll pour in some of the things, and I got some fresh oatmeal right there. Matthew King said he earned it for you. You didn't earn it, in my opinion. Not saying you didn't deserve it, but deserve it and earned are different. I agree with you. I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. And I there for a long time, I wish I had somebody say this to me, because I was in the mindset that not only did I not earn it, but I didn't deserve it. And understanding those are two different things is hugely important. But thank you. Yeah. Ruthless Admin said, the reason I say it is meritocratic is because it opened up the opportunities and instilled the values in you to continue the legacy. Fair enough. So then I don't know if I think the steel cut oats are like that's like would not the I think that would be different than like the quick oats where, you know, you either can put it in the microwave or you just pour some hot water in for 2 minutes or something. I don't know, but they're just Amazon brand. I don't know. It's just like, you know, late night like emergency food. Jason said Wilfred Brimley had it right. Another person, I don't know who that is. Who is Wilfred Brimley? Hey, we got Dylan Soup in the building. Welcome to the party. So how often has Chunky Boy said TDS / follow the line points? He's been a couple times, but honestly, better than I expected. There was one thing I thought he was saying that it's okay for a female boxer to die in a fight as to not send trans rights back 50 years, but I misunderstood what he's saying. So far, he is he's doing all right. He's doing all right. I get fruit fusion. Oh, all right. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm gonna have to look that up. I still got 3 whole things of the regular non-flavored, but yeah, I gotta check that out. Shakers, the Shakers, not the Quakers. Close, but no banana. Literally. Ruthless Admin said Wilfred Brimley is an old actor, probably most known these days for his pronunciation of diabetes in the commercials. Shout out to Wilfred Brimley, R.I.P. Diabetes.
Them.
Yeah, so here's where it gets absurd. I'll give you a good example of absurdity. So in a school, I believe in California, they noticed that Latino students were not doing as well in AP and honors classes. So they canceled AP and honors classes. Oh, come on. What are you doing? That's
DEI. That's what they're doing. Equity. That's what they're doing. That is literally what it means.
Nuts. No, your job is to help them get better grades, get better opportunity, etc. That's the harder thing to do and the right thing to do. Your job isn't, I'm going to make everything equal by taking away the opportunity for higher achievement for other students.
So T. Solara said, I don't understand why trans women would want to box in the first place. Oxymoronic. How is it oxymoronic? I mean, at the end of the day, like, as crazy as these people might be, they're still people who like to do things. And I don't think that being trans, like, if you're, I don't get the connection. And I certainly don't see how it's oxymoronic. Oxymoronic means two things that are incompatible, like jumbo shrimp or whatever. But like, if you're born a man and you like boxing, and then separately you feel whatever that you need to be a woman, then you wouldn't stop wanting to box. You just want to box as a tranny. Shout out to GNX. Welcome to the party. Yep. Shout out to Common Core, the DOE. Get rid of the Department of Education. So Solar said, I'm trans and boxing would make my body look too masculine. I used to box. Interesting. So, I mean, it would be, I would just assume that in the same way that some people, like maybe somebody is built in such a way, that they don't look that masculine and they care more about participating in the sport than they do about the degree to which they look masculine, as long as they are identified by the gender that they want. Maybe. I don't know. Any films said Andy Kaufman was decades ahead of the curve. I believe he had the first transgender wrestling belt. Andy Kaufman. I'm trying to remember the context. I don't remember that. It might have been a little before my time. Nick said he put in the work to get the education. So I definitely earned that goddamn degree. Maybe not to the highest amount that I could. I definitely earned the degree. I don't think I earned the admission. What don't you get, Solara? Like, imagine that you had a body that was less masculine than it is, and you cared so much about boxing that the increased masculinity that it brings to you is not as much as the benefit that you get as an individual who wants to box. I mean, I'm not trans, so unless being trans changes your preferences in the rest of your life, I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do the same things that you're already doing. Matthew said, if people are given that head start in life, then and then take it for granted and squander the opportunity, then that's a problem. People need to recognize their advantage and take advantage of them. Agreed. Yeah, for a long time, I felt like I didn't, again, the difference between earn and deserve. That, well, certainly I didn't earn my dad's money, but the notion that, like, he did that work and I do deserve whatever my family has done, and I don't, because like I was legit like feeling bad about myself. Like, I was just born. I didn't ask for it, Nick agrees. Jason said, tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't DEI the same setup as the Biden administration? Tell me how that worked out. Come on, man. Not good. Solara said, I was a prawn star, but if I work out, my muscles explode and I get massive gender dysphoria. Like any upper body workouts create new muscle. And that sounds like something that's more specific to your perception and your body type. So again, if you had like, actually, I don't know, I don't work out. I was gonna say if you had my body type, then it might be easier for you to engage. Again, we're assuming that this person already liked boxing. So if you didn't like boxing before your transition, and it has the added negative of making you look more masculine when you want to look more feminine, then it's obvious why you wouldn't want to be a trans woman boxer. But again, we're talking about somebody who is born a male, who has a slender body and really, 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 really loves boxing. Then has gender dysphoria and wants to become a woman and doesn't see the same issues with that added level of masculinity because they like boxing so much. That's not to get. Guantek said every state that has implemented massive DEI have gone to shit. Just look at New York, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, California, and more. Nick said, I doubt any parents has said Take 3. I doubt any parent has ever said that they wanted their kid to have a worse life than they did. Well, there's some shitty parents out there. I don't know about that. Let's grab this and dive back in. King said, without the incentive to hand down wealth to your children, things would get silly very fast. Also, a very good point. Very, very good point. Y'all making me feel better about myself. All right, diving back in, yeah.
Taking away the opportunity for higher achievement for other students. If that's what you're doing and you think you're on the left, you're not.
Oh, sorry about that. TLD, let me get you in the banner here.
Not really on the left. I actually think that's like an authoritarian position that no progressive in their right mind would be in favor of. So, but it's all definitional. So here's another example of definitional. Communist. Like they say, oh my God, Kamala Harris is a communist. Well, when you're telling on yourself, brothers and sisters, when you say that, that means A, I don't know what communism means. And B, I don't have any idea what's going on in American politics.
That's just cope. Like, obviously, we don't mean directly. It's the cultural Marxism that we all see and don't like. Like, that's what we're talking about, Jane. Come on.
Kamala Harris is a corporatist. That's her problem.
Oh, come on. Now the banner's not working. Everybody put TLD in the chat so that the banner will work. Like, look at this. What do we? It's just not working over on the side there. We'll do the thing. All right, well.
Not that she's a communist. She's on the other end of the spectrum, right? The idea that Kamala Harris would come into office and say, that's it, there's no more private property. We're going to take all of your homes and it's down government property, all your cars, etc. She was not going to get within 1 billion miles of that. Her donors would never allow her to get within 1 billion miles of that. That is so preposterous that when you say something like that, it's disqualifying. Like,
right, but when you say what you're saying, it's disqualifying by not understanding what it is that we are saying.
I can't debate someone who thinks that Democrats are communists when they're actually largely corporatists.
Texas,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, the banner is not updating. Oh, there we go. Shout out to the sponsor of the stream, Texas Long Dog. Thank you. Very, very much. T. Solara said she's a totalitarianist. We already live under half-ass communism. Yeah, and because it's not straight up communism. Oh, you don't even know what communism? Come on, bro. You know exactly what I mean.
Democrats are communists when they're.
And again, it's disqualifying for you because if you think that we're saying that she's acting exactly like Lenin, not what we're saying.
They're actually largely corporatists. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let's go there. So when people call her a communist, they're usually referring to certain kinds of policies. So do you think... I
missed these two. I missed these two. King said, at the same time, you're a spoiled brat. So I wish. Have I told you guys the story about how I realized that my family had more money than like the average family in my situation? I don't know why I said in my, like, where I grew up. I can go through it quickly, but like, you know, I lived the life that I live. And my parents were not like throwing money. Like after Nintendo 64 came out and then PlayStation 2 came out, that was the end of me getting anything, any kind of new video games. You know, I had been playing guitar since I was 5 years old. And all I ever wanted was a Gibson SG. My parents promised that they were going to get it. And then they got the Epiphone. Which is fine, but it's like it's not the same thing. Like I would have just saved up for the Gibson, and so yeah, we always had to get the knockoffs and this and that and that. And so it wasn't until I was in middle school. I was in 6th grade. I was in the same class. This was earlier in the year, but this is the same class where I saw 9/11. or not saw 9/11, but they told us about 9/11. And we were just, it was, we were, I don't know, not doing much. And there was somebody sitting next to me reading a car magazine. And, you know, they're just flipping through the pages. I'm not doing anything. And, you know, we're just kind of hanging out. And I see my dad's car in the magazine. I'm like, oh, it's a BMW 740 IL. And this is 2001. And so I was like, oh, yeah, my dad has that car. And everybody's like, what? Oh, my God, your dad has it. And I was so ignorant to the fact that that was a thing that I was like, yeah. And guess what? My mom, she drives a Ford Windstar. I had no idea. I had no idea. And Matthew said, your dad believed in you enough to make that sacrifice for you. Yep. And again, shout out to Papa Lutch all day, every day.
They're usually referring to certain kinds of policies. So do you think, I think it's a ridiculous label to assign to Kamala Harris, especially given the history of communism in the 20th century and what those economic and political policies have led to, the scale of suffering that led to. And it just degrades the meaning of the word, right? But to take that seriously, why is she not a communist? So you said she's not a communist because she's a corporatist. Okay. But that can't be, okay, everybody in politics is a corporate. Almost everybody in politics is a corporatist. But that doesn't mean the corporations have completely bought their mind. They have an influence on their mind on issues that matter to those corporations.
Yep.
Right? Like, outside of that, they're still thinking for the voters because they still have to win the votes.
Barely.
Okay.
So here, let me give you examples so you see what I'm saying. So if you just wanted votes, you would do a lot of what Tim Walz did. Okay. And
what, lie about stolen valor? Jerk your kid around. Pause. Jerk your kid around on stage. That's what you do. Okay.
You would do a lot of what Tim Walz did. Okay.
I was in combat in Iraq, and I am the greatest person ever. I have the most combat experience, and that's real. Solara, I don't know why my chat is not going through on Rumble. There's something wrong with my internet, but it is there. I'm not ignoring you. Shout out to the Eerie Fairy Tales. Welcome to the party. See, even are you guys seeing this? Do you see her profile picture? Okay, I guess you do. I don't know why it's not coming up on my end. Anyway, Chunga, let me give you the full context. Yogurt. Welcome to the party. Yeah, so I said a regular person would never do that stolen valor stuff. Yeah, so since it's not posting, I don't know why it's not posting, but Solera said, was talking about the guitars, said I have over 200 guitars, and Gibson, Epiphone, they're made in the same factory, but Gibson has better parts. I have a Vietnamese Les Paul copy that actually is one of my best guitars. And the problem was with my Epiphone, even though, you know, it's the same company. It's like Lexus and Toyota. But the problem is that I think it was, what did I say here? 2 months after I got it, the wood around, where is that guitar? I think it's over there somewhere. But the wood, you know, where you plug in the thing to plug into the amp, the wood around that broke. So I went to plug it in. It went into the guitar, and for a couple of weeks, the input still worked, but eventually it just stopped working. So I got 2 months out of that. So like, I get that my parents didn't want to spend $2,000 on a guitar, but you spent $200 on a guitar for 2 months. I was in bands for 10 years after that. I think that would have been a reasonable investment, but I guess that's the spoiled me coming out, right?
Wanted votes. You would do a lot of what Tim Walz did. Okay. And by the way, a lot of what Bernie did, that's why Bernie, who had no media coverage, went from like 2% in 2015 to by the end about 48%, because he was just doing things that were popular, right? And that
it's telling them what they want to hear. Them meaning me.
American people wanted, etc., right? Because he's not controlled by corporations. By the way, neither is Tom Massey on the right-wing side, on the Republican side, right?
All right, there we go. Shout out to Thomas Massey, one of the best representatives we have. And he feels on Tim Walz. I was in uniform for 24 years. Well, the National Guard, which means actually in uniform for 2 years, spread out over 24.
What?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So is this one of those situations where like you serve for like 4 months or 4 weeks, like twice a year or something? Is that how that works? Now, again, I'm not saying that is bad. I respect anybody who's want to sign their name on the dotted line to give their body to this country. Cool, but if this is what you're talking about, and then you're trying to make it seem like you were in war, like, come on, I already have an Ibanez. And the Gibson is I wanted the cherry red Gibson SG. Oh, my sweet baby, look at it, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Oh, there we go. We finally got a good one. We finally got a big picture. But yeah. Oh, look how pretty it is. And so little things like this part wasn't there. It only had one humbucker, no pick guard, only had two these things. And this is the plug right here where I'm talking about. So on this, the wood is going to be high quality wood. But this plug here, this is where you plug in the thing to plug it into the amp. So the wood around my around the input, because then there's just, there's wires in there and it connects to all the electronics and stuff. But the wood broke and this whole thing fell inside the guitar. And then for 2 years, or 2 weeks, I was using it, and then it just stopped working. Yeah, so I said a regular person would never do that stolen valor stuff. I could put, well, now the jack doesn't work at all. But I also I thought I would have a lot more opportunities to play in college. So I was in I was in bands from middle school to high school, and then shortly before I graduated, we recorded a demo. And the idea was that good one. The idea was that, like, okay, let's record this demo. Then we're all going off to college, and then when we're at college, we'll find people and be like, "Hey, here's the demo. This is what I can do." And ooh-wee! Shout out to Paul Reed Smith. Oh my God! So I lived in the nicer side of town. Daddy's doctor, but. In the cul-de-sac down the street was the rich family of my town, and he was the son was a year younger than me, and he was my guitarist for a long time, and he had 2 PRSs. And oh my god, it has a very specific tone. But it's like a Music Man bass. Like, you just don't get that sound. It's not necessarily for everything or for everyone, but that PRS. Woo-wee. Shout out to Sam. Welcome to the party. Yeah. So they're saying it's all mahogany. They cut the hole out too deep, thin the top too much. They probably did that. They probably meant to make my guitar, because I did get the cherry red. But they probably meant to make my guitar as a Gibson, and then they fucked it up and were like, let's just slap Epiphone on it. Yeah, I mean, the feel, the action, everything on a PRS is just to the next level. But I mean, like, how much did you spend on that? I couldn't. As much as I did play guitar, I was never in the position to be like, yeah, I can spend $5,000 on a guitar. It just couldn't justify it.
Right. So controlled by corporations. By the way, neither is Tom Massey on the right wing side, on the Republican side. Right. So it's not all. That's why I always say almost all. Right. So if you're doing things that are popular, people love it. So today, what would Kamala Harris do if she actually just wanted to win? Right. So number one, she was trying to pass paid family leave right now. Why? It polls at 84% and even 74%.
That's not bad. Damn, bro. That's nice. That's good.
Republicans want it. Why? Because it says, hey, when you have a baby, you should get 12 weeks off. Bond with your baby. Right now, in a lot of states that don't have paid family leave,
I'm with that.
you have to go back to work the very next day, or you have to use all of your sick days, all your vacation days, just have 1 or 2 weeks with your baby, right? So conservatives love paid family leave. Liberals love paid family leave. That's why it polls so high. So why isn't she proposing it? It's not in our economic plan. Tim Walz already passed it in Minnesota. He showed how easy it was. If you want votes, and then you know what's going to happen if you propose paid family leave. The Republicans are going to go, no, our beloved corporations don't want to spend another dollar on moms.
He's right.
Right? And they fall for that trap. And then you're in an infinitely better shape. So why doesn't she do it? She doesn't do it because her corporate donors don't want her to do it. $15 minimum wage, layup. Over 2/3 of the country wants it because it not only gives you higher wages for minimum wage folks, but it pushes wages up for others.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Sorry to hear that. I don't play as much as I used to, but I definitely in the height of my musician career, if I could not play, like, I mean, there's not a goddamn callus on these fingers anymore. But yeah, sorry to hear. But yep, what Cenk's saying definitely will wages go up and inflation goes up.
Who wants it because it not only gives you higher wages for minimum wage folks, but it pushes wages up for others. And what do the elites say? Oh, that's going to drive up inflation. No, you shouldn't get paid anymore. Wait.
I told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? Because I told you. And when did I tell you? A long time ago.
Oh, wait, can you see it?
Say what happened when I told you exactly what just happened.
She? Is that your preferred whatever? You said you're a trans woman, right? So she was spot on. Check out my free members chat, and you know what? I know that these aren't paid for, but because I love it, because I love you guys, and because I know we all love this damn dog. Let's give him a treat. And he's been a member for 15 months, I believe. I'm pretty sure the longest member. The longest member. Get it? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Eerie Fairy Tales said I tried playing guitar and promptly went back to only piano. These piano fingers cannot play guitar strings. It's the calluses. You got to bring up or you got to build up those calluses. You got to. There you go. Yeah, everything goes up. When there's more money, everything is more. That's economy. The company has to now charge more for something in order to cover that expense. It's almost like this is super basic economics, and you could only have a show for 20 years talking politics and not understand this if you're dumb or lying. Oh, we're losing them. Go do the Hunger Dance. Give me some money, Sonny. Hey, speaking of that, we got Tony Baloney. Thank you so very, very much. Come on up here, Mort. Thank you so very much. He really does appreciate it. Thank you so very, very much. Much appreciated. And let's dive right back in. Thank you again, Tony Baloney. Welcome to the party.
Oh, that's going to drive up inflation. No, you shouldn't get paid anymore. Wait, hold on. So you're saying all the other prices should go up, but the only thing that shouldn't go up is our wages? No, our wages should go up. Okay. So these are all.
I agree, but that doesn't mean that the government should mandate it. If we let the market go and there's companies that are paying more, then guess what? More people are going to want to work there. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to Indie Film. Thank you, sir. Said cash for a soldering iron. What do I need a soldering iron for? Up. There you go. Can you give me a high five first? Give me a high five. There you go. Good boy. Thank you. And of course, that makes you the new co-sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And again, I've been doing better with not getting mushy with you guys. But I really do. I can't express to you how much it means to me that you're not only here, that you're not only watching, that you're not only being in the chat, that you're not only engaging the conversation, you're willing to push back on me, you're willing to talk to each other, all of this stuff. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Solar. All of this stuff really, really makes all of this worth it. And yeah, of course, money is good. Of course, we need money. But the community that we're building here, and I say we, because I may have started this, but it's all about you guys. Thank you so very much. We got anything here before we dive back in? That makes me want to pick up drinking, actually. I mean, dilly, let's do it. And I saw your comment already, but I wanted to drink. So drumming, I've been playing drums since I didn't want, so what was it? In middle school, I didn't want to be in the band because when you were in 5th grade, then you had to start, no. Yeah. So you had to start in the summer before middle school and do all this. I was like, I'm not doing any of that bullshit. So I just took like regular, like music appreciation, type stuff. And, then when you go to high school, then, it was much easier nope, scratch that. Other way around. It was the other way around. So in middle school, I played drums in the school band. But if you were to continue band into high school, so our high school was 9th to 12th. So after 8th grade, that summer, you had to go and start practicing with the high school marching band. And I was just like, not doing that. And so I just decided to go and just like do basic music appreciation. But I got dark for a minute. Glad to see you, buddy. Glad to see you. And yes, piano is both percussion and strings. And see, Lara, I'm glad I stayed away from that shit. I remember all my friends. And if you are familiar with ska, I'm sure if you haven't heard of Catch 22, you've definitely heard of Streetlight Manifesto. So the trumpet player in both of those bands was actually the music teacher for my school. So that would have been one huge benefit to being in the school band. But it was just a little much being in the summer and then like practicing every day after school. No. That time is my time. Samson can't read music. If I can hear it, I can play it before it ends. So I can't do it that well. I know how to read music, but like sight reading is not. I haven't been able to sight read something on guitar for a long time. I taught myself piano, so I understand how how it works. But I wish that instead of just doing basic music appreciation in high school, I wish I would have done music theory classes. Because especially when, like I said, that when metal music started getting it was just like, who could be the fastest and who could be the heaviest, and we just lost all melody. That's when I started getting into electronic. Well, there was a little bit of a period there, but after that, I got into electronic music, and having been somebody who knew and understood the basics of music, then as much as I wanted to be a producer, of electronic music, as much as I wanted to do that, the idea of going back to the very beginning and having to learn every little thing about how this program works. Well, you click this, and it was one of those things where I knew enough about creating music that the super, super basic 101 stuff was just too basic, and I got bored. But then like the intermediate level was just a little too hard for me, and then I lost it all. Yeah, man, I'm definitely down to do that. You're on the Discord, right? Hit me up. Let's make something happen. Solara said, Dad used to have a bass player that would put any 45 record on 78 speed and know the whole song in 3 minutes. I wish I had that kind of ear. Like I could get it. You give me some time and I'll get it. But it ain't like that. It ain't like that. Yeah. The one joke I will never forget is that why are women not, or why are men better music producers than women? Because women don't know how to use logic and reason. If you know, you know. All right, let's dive back in here.
No, our wages should go up. Okay. So these are all easy ones. Here's another one. And
again, but before we move on from that, yes, wages should go up, not by the government.
Anti-corruption. Why isn't she running on getting money out of politics? It pulls it over
because
90%.
She's corrupt.
Why isn't Trump running on it anymore? He won when he ran on it in 2016. He didn't mean a word of it, but he ran on it. It was smart. They don't do it because their corporate donors take their heads off if they do it.
So in contradiction to that, why did she propose to raise the corporate tax rate from whatever 21% to 28%?
Yep, because that's easy.
Yep.
Because that is something that's super popular, and she's not going to do it. That's why. So guys, this is where I break the hearts of Blue MAGA. Blue MAGA thinks, oh my God,
Blue MAGA? What the fuck is Blue MAGA? Legitimate question. What the fuck is Blue MAGA? Like liberals who are voting for Trump? Or Trump voters who are liberal? I've never heard that before.
God, these Democrats, they're angels, and the right
one of us is confused for sure.
Blue MAGA thinks, oh my God, these Democrats, they're angels, and the right wingers and the Republicans are evil, and they work for big business, but not Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden, right?
Oh, well, then they're cool with me. Dilly dilly to Blue MAGA. Sam says, Blue MAGA is the Dems that don't like the direction. A brand new term. I don't necessarily. I mean, if they're on board, then what up? Oh, we got it looked up. It's all right. All right. What do we got? Oh, you come back up here? Can't sit still. Can you? You little crackhead. Yeah, come on. You're gonna keeping us in laying in wait. There are people who support Biden very, very so MAGA means you're crazy and you only vote for the person that you're voting for because you're in a cult, and blue means you're voting for Biden. Got it.
Stupid.
Yeah, Blue MAGA is like red kryptonite, extremely rare and hard to describe. It makes Superman an idiot. Good.
And they work for big business, but not Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden, right? Okay, well, Donald Trump took the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. So that's trillions of dollars that got transferred. Because guys, you got to understand, if the corporations don't pay it, we have to pay it, because we're running up these giant deficits, and eventually either they're going to, not eventually, they keep raising our taxes in different ways that you're not noticing. They keep increasing fees and fines and different ways for the government to collect money. So we're paying for it. And on top of that, eventually they're going to cut your Social Security and Medicare, because they're going to say, oh, we don't have any options left anymore. Yeah, you don't have any options left anymore because you kept giving trillions of dollars in tax cuts to corporations. So we're going to have to pay for that. So then Biden says, oh my God, I'm going to bring corporate taxes back up.
See, again, this is the bait and switch. You say corporations as if every corporation is exactly like ExxonMobil. This is a left-wing talking point that I found myself like, the corporations. It's the corporations, and my dad would be like, what are you talking about? Like, I have a corporation. I am clearly not the problem, at least not economically. So it's just what you're saying is so vague. Oh, it's the corporate. That's like saying it's the people. The people are just, they're acting like people. So, when people act like people, if you help the people, then the people are going to be the ones that work out. Like, what are you saying? Like I said, it's a derogatory term used to describe Dems who worship Biden. Looks like it's mostly used by other Dems who don't like the establishment. All right, there we go. And he films that this is where he is so off. The corporations never pay it; they just raise the prices. And that's what's surprising to me is that Kamala's literally talking about the price controls because of corporate greed. And like that, the part about the corporate greed works, but the fact that the fact that you are just lumping everybody together is confusing the issue. It's confusing the issue and allowing the narrative to be misunderstood exactly as they want it to be. So the type of thing is what that type of thing is what scares me the most, to be honest. The blind following. I spoke on an X Space the other day to 1.2 million. Almost every one of them were media recordings. Yowza. That's a lot of fucking people, though. Shout out the Indian dudes next time. Bangle said, all in all, while I don't like the manga part, I'm happy they're calling out the brain dead libtards for all their brain deadness. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. And facts. Arguments are drama, and drama is what sells. Yep. You guys here will even tell me, oh, well, we just want like a calm conversation. And then nobody watches it. But I'm yelling at somebody and you're like, oh, this is an amazing show. T. Solara said, what about the $35 trillion in debt when Kamala wants to give away billions of dollars to illegal aliens? Hurrah! Well, but they're just undocumented. And what did she say? Oh no, that was Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi was on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher was like legit like, why are we giving them this money? And this was, well, California is leading the way. Maybe everybody else will follow. And And Bill's like, yeah, but they're undocumented, right? And she's like, well, we want to push them into documented. And everybody's like, oh my goodness. Oh, Nancy, you care so much about the people. Okay. Whatever you say.
For that. So then Biden says, oh my God, I'm going to bring corporate taxes back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, hold on. They were at 35. You already did a sleight of hand and said 28.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
then he gets
exactly. And he found what you're talking about. So anyways, the corporations want their prices as low as possible, except for the pharmaceutical companies and others, but which have their prices high, insurance, and the government will pay for it. But there's a lot of people. There's a lot of or not people. A lot of companies and types of companies and industries that are in this level where they have the government protection because of all these economic regulations. But just saying corporations is not an argument. It's not an argument. Huh? Gotcha. You do that. I haven't learned my lesson on that.
They were at 35. You already did a sleight of hand and said 28. Okay. Then he gets into office and Manchin says, no, 25. That's the highest I'll go. And he goes, okay, fine, 25.
Yeah. So the only way to fix this is with increasing GDP. We can't tax or cut our way out of this debt. Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, it has to all come down to free trade. Tony Baloney said, I'm the COO of a corporation, and there's 6 of us. There you go. There you fucking go. It's your fault, Tony. It's your fault. All the money is going in your pockets, and the rest of us have to pay for it. Stupid. Pretty silly when you put it like that, right?
No, 25. That's the highest I'll go. And he goes, okay, fine, 25. And then while you're not looking, they just dump it. They don't even do 25. It's still at 21. So hear me now, quote me later. I do predictions on the show all the time because you should hold me accountable. You should hold all your pundits accountable. Yeah. If you held all your pundits accountable, we'd be the last man standing. And that's kind of what happened. Okay, so I guarantee you she will not increase corporate taxes.
So would the same be the case for price controls or the anti-price gouging that she's proposing?
So it's not price controls, it's price anti-price gouging.
It is price controls, but I mean minimum.
It says price controls. Price controls are government-imposed restrictions on the prices that can be charged for goods and services in a market. They typically take 2 forms: price ceilings, maximum prices that can be charged, or price floors, the minimum prices that can be charged. Common examples are rent control, minimum wage laws. Oh, that's price controls. That's not good. And controls on food, gasoline, or medicine prices. Remember, that minimum wage is not a platform on which poor people stand. It is an obstacle which they must overcome. If you are not worth $15 an hour, yes, we know that federally it is $7.25, but fine. If you're not worth $7.25 an hour, then you ain't shit. You cannot work. But let's say you're worth $5 an hour and you can work yourself up to 7, 10, 15, 25. That is how it should be.
Minimum wages, price controls also.
Now we're going to get into a lot of minutia, but I'll try to keep it broad. So
Minutia or minutia?
Price controls are a disaster. They never work. If you say, oh, here's a banana,
That raising the minimum wage is price controls. So agreed.
it has to stay at $1 a pound, make up a number, right? Well, supply and demand is going to move. And then that's going to, and so the minute it moves to $2 where the price should be, then you're going to run into shortages. So we all know this. It's a bad idea, right? But are there laws against price gouging? There already.
Thank the Lord Jesus Christ.
They are, and they're a good idea. So why? Like you have a natural disaster, all of a sudden the water that was $1, now they're charging $100. The government has to come in, democratic capitalism. They come in and go, no, I'm going to protect the people. So you're not allowed to price gouge. You know, maybe charge $2, etc., but you're not going to charge $100. But it is temporary. We get that done. We end the problem there, and then we bring it back to a normal supply and demand. Okay, so that's what she's proposing. That's all political because the price gouging has already passed. They did it in 21 and 22, and so now the grocery stores are actually a low margin business. She says grocery stores. That's how I know she doesn't mean it, because the grocery stores weren't the problem. Consumer goods were the problem.
Yeah,
those companies.
She's following the polls where most people will say that the groceries are too expensive. So
Yeah.
she's just basically addressed.
Guys, I just want to remind you that the Discord server is absolutely free to join. We are in there 24/7 hanging out, having a good time, and you should join us. And we do have the after party for paying members, but I've also decided that if you make it to level 15, it's just a random thing. The more you engage, the higher level goes. If you make it to level 15, even if you are a free member of the Discord, I will give you full access and you'll be able to join the after party with us, where we are headed as soon as this is over. And speaking of which, we are coming up on the 2.5 hour mark. So if you would like to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
But saying the most popular thing, yeah,
100%. And you could tell in which proposals she means it and which proposals she doesn't because of the framing, right? So this is a mediocre example, but in housing, she said we have to stop private equity from buying houses in bulk. I'm like, curious that they put the word in bulk there. Why does it have to be in bulk? Why don't we just stop them from buying any residential home? Like you could set up normal boundaries, right? For example, Charlie Kirk was on Young Turks this week.
By the way, sorry to take that tangent. I really enjoyed that conversation. I really enjoyed that you talked to. That was like civil. You guys disagreed pretty intensely, but like there was a lot of respect. I really enjoyed that.
Did anybody see that? Is that worth covering?
Thank you, brother.
That was beautiful. Yeah, you and Charlie Kirk, and I think Anna was there.
Yeah, that's right. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Any Boom said, so Florida has a hurricane and I purchase a truck full of water and take it from Kentucky to Florida. I can't charge whatever I want. Guess I just won't bring the water down there.
Bingo.
Free trade, baby. Free trade. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the point. These are government regulations that stop the free trade, the voluntary trade of goods, services, and currency, which is bad.
You and Charlie Kirk, and I think Anna was there.
Yeah, that's right. So
Nice.
Yeah, quick tangent. And look, I've done a lot of yelling online. Okay. And I yelled when there's a issue that you should be passionate about. 40,000 people, 25,000 women and children slaughtered in Gaza. If you're not emotionally upset by that and you think it's no big deal, I think that's a problem. But when you add gaslighting on top, that's what drives me crazy. And then when you add filibustering on top, then that sets me off.
Oh, the buzzwords.
So for all my life, right wing has gone on cable and filibustered. They take up so much more time than the left wing guest. And the left wing guest always like goes, oh, okay.
Well, except for Trump, right? He's a right wing politician and didn't give him a lot of time to speak. Even when he wasn't speaking to them, wouldn't even show it.
Take up so much more time than the left wing guest, and the left wing guest always like goes, oh, okay, well, I'm offended. He's taking up too much time. No, brother, go over the top. Go over the top. You're not going to talk over me. I'm going to talk over you. Okay. So, and
sorry, T. Solara said tobacco used to be currency here in the U.S. Then they invented the ATF and made tobacco a controlled substance. I mean, to nitpick, tobacco still is currency in prisons. But yeah, like free trade. If you consent and I consent, then who the fuck is the government to tell us no? If you consent and I consent, who is the government to tell us no?
Over the top. You're not.
Sorry, I got you. I got you on the banner.
Not going to talk over me. I'm going to talk over you. Okay. So, and then when you gaslight and you go, oh no, 1,200 people in Israel being killed is awful, which it is. But 40,000 people being killed in Gaza is no big deal. We should keep giving them money, keep killing. And that's normal. No, it's not normal. I'm not going to let you say it's normal. That's nuts. Okay. When you, like, we were against the Iraq war. There was only 2 shows that were on the air nationally that were against the Iraq war, us and Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman. And
why does she remind me of Jane Goodall? For whatever reason, when I saw this woman, I thought of, the lady who spent time with the chimps, gorillas, whatever they were.
And at the time, I used to yell all the time because mainstream media would gaslight the fuck out of us. We're going to be greeted as liberators. Me and Ben Mankiewicz on the air. Ben doesn't yell as much. He's now the host of Turner Classic Movies, but he's saying it in a calm way. I'm saying it in a screaming way. We're not going to be greeted as liberators. When you drop a bomb on someone's head, they don't greet you as a liberator. Stop saying insane things. And 7 out of 10 Americans thought that Saddam Hussein had personally attacked us on 9/11. We got lied into that war by corporate media. Okay. Now there's a couple of good things that Trump has done. One is get people to realize corporate media is the matrix, right?
Okay. I mean, hey, if he's willing to, the degree of an issue that the media is, if you're willing to give Trump that, then that's a lot more than a lot of people on the left.
And so now, and get them to an anti-war position. He himself doesn't have an anti-war position, but his voters do, and that's a positive.
You mean the only president we've had in the past, 80 years that has not started a new war? He's not anti-war? The guy who specifically said that he wants the dying to stop when asked about Ukraine. You don't want Ukraine to win? No, I want the dying to stop. Not anti-war. Semantic obfuscation. If that's not anti-war, then Cenk, what exactly is anti-war?
Anti-war position. He himself doesn't have an anti-war position, but his voters do, and that's a positive. We can come back to that. But these days,
we can come back to that. I know that was bullshit, so I'm just going to put that aside so I can keep going and talk about some other bullshit.
The reason why the Charlie Kirk conversations are going great, and Rudy Giuliani and Mike Lindell, and historically, though, go back again 10 years, 20 years. We've always been respectful when someone comes on our show and we have a debate. As long as they're not yelling, I match the tenor of the host, right? You and I are having a reasonable conversation.
I think that's fair.
I'm not raising my voice. I'm not yelling at you for no reason, right? So now when Charlie's not going to battle anymore for like talking points, I'm shutting off my mind. All I'm doing is yelling at you. Then I'm going to yell back at him.
Is that what Charlie does typically? Like, I'm sure you could find clips of Charlie getting into conversations like that, but every clip I've seen of Charlie has been exactly what you're asking for.
But now he's saying, okay, let's have a reasonable conversation. Great, I love it.
As opposed to
reasonable conversation.
As opposed to
it was
when.
Great. It was refreshing. And what were we talking about? You buying up housing.
Yes. So Charlie, when he was on, said, hey, listen, I think that there should be a cap, though. I forget if he said 10 billion or 100 billion in assets. If you have less than that, you should still be able to do real estate as an investment, even if it's residential.
Slaughter said TYT treated RFK like shit. Bunch of liars. Didn't see that, but called out.
But above that, he gets, okay, that's good. No problem. We can have a debate about that.
That's exactly the point, right? That's exactly the point. Shout out to Winston Churchill.
Figure out is the right number 10, 125, no problem. You could put in reasonable limitations. But we got to get them to stop buying the homes. So when Kamala Harris says, oh, we'll stop them from buying homes in bulk, I'm like, okay, there's the loophole. And so they're going to use that loophole. And besides which, it's not going to pass. Wall Street owns the government. So there's no way corporate Republicans and Democrats, which are about 98% of politicians, are going to limit private equity. And so when do we ever get a little bit of change? When Democrats are in charge, they do 5 to 15% of their agenda. And that's not because they're warm-hearted. It's a release valve, right? Oh, see, under Obama, we got to.
No, we promise you the world. Oh, we're going to make racism disappear. well, we just kind of do this thing that made it a little bit worse, but Trump's going to make it better. But
about 5% change. And what was that? That was Obamacare, right? That was most of the change that we got. And what's the greatest part of Obamacare? And now a lot of right wing also agree, almost all of right wing agree about this portion, which is they got rid of the bias against pre-existing conditions. Why did they do that particularly? Because the country was about to get in a fucking rage. We all have pre-existing conditions. If you deny me when I'm sick, what the fuck's the point of insurance, right? And the anger had gotten to a nuclear level. So release valve, get rid of pre-existing conditions. Let's go back to just milking them regularly. And oh, by the way, put in a mandate so that they have to buy it from us, right? Do you know who originally came up with Obamacare? The Heritage Foundation. It was their proposal. Romney did it in Massachusetts. It was called Romney Care.
So what you're saying is the biggest thing that, aside from the correspondence, the biggest thing that made Trump run for president that he hated so much came from the same people of Project 2025. But now he just loves it.
What? Stupid.
Shout out to and gone already. Jesus Christ, these Instagram people have no patience. They pop in and pop right back out. I don't even have time to say, hey, how's it going? And read your chat by the time they go. I don't get it. What are you doing? Sam said, why should everyone have to have insurance? I do think that I do think that we are in a state of civilization in this country where it is reasonable to say that we should not have people dying or getting sick and being injured and not being able to be helped. The fact that that's abused by people who don't belong here and are draining the welfare system because of the way that it's set up, I don't blame those people when it comes to healthcare. I don't have an issue with everyone being able to make sure that they don't die. That's maybe call me a soy boy beta liberal, but yes, by law, I don't think I don't want to live in a country where we are going to say that if you are an American citizen and you can't pay me, we're going to let you die. That ain't for me. Michael said insurance works because healthy people pay the bills for the old sick ones. And again, I don't necessarily have a problem with that concept. It's the fact that, the boomer generation is so large, the boomer generation is extracting so much. But the concept of paying it forward is not a bad thing. It's just it's just how that happens. And yeah, exactly. That's why I brought it up. So the people who proposed Obamacare proposed Project 2025. So either the Heritage Foundation is A-okay, or they're terrible, horrible, no good, very bad, in which case y'all supported the Heritage Foundation until you didn't. Either way, Project 2025 is not a winning talking point for the left. King's like, I owe the hospital $50,000. Well, that ain't happening. You are not alone, sir. You are not alone. There's many people in positions just like yourself. And that's why. So like the fact of the matter is, did it cost $50,000 for whatever? I'm not asking what happened to you. I can almost guarantee, unless you had some crazy crazy surgery that you did not cost the hospital or the government or the insurance company or whoever else, I guarantee you did not cost them $50,000. And so the issue then is that they are charging this much because the same thing with the school. They know that the government is paying for most of the shit. They know the insurance companies are paying for this shit. And there's a monopoly on insurance itself. Maybe not the same. There's an oligopoly. But, they know. And they know that they will have people that they can just write off 50 grand because they have 50 million other people that owe them that will pay. So this is what allows for the exorbitant amounts for healthcare. What is my vape? What are you referring to? I missed it. Like I said, medical debt is the best kind to have, just saying. I mean, I'd definitely rather have medical debt than student debt. So Lara said Trump called the author of Project 2025 an asshole. Yeah, I don't blame him, because even though there's a lot from what I've read, which is not a lot of it, from what I've read, there's not a lot of bad ideas in there, but it's become very easy for the left to tie that to him. And I would be mad if I was Trump on that as well. So King said, I got hit by a car riding a bike. God damn. Ambulance ride for 1 mile down the road is the bulk of it. I got in a car accident. Didn't call. I walked out of my car. My car was totaled. I walked out of my car. I did not ask anybody to come for but an ambulance came, and they charged me $500. I didn't even step foot in the ambulance. $500. $500. Yeah, I've been learning that one. Good question. All right, what do we got here? Solar said 100 on the insurance, $6,000 for anesthesia. Insane. Absolutely crazy.
It was their proposal.
Let's just hear him say it.
Obamacare, the Heritage Foundation. It was their proposal. Romney did.
Why?
It in Massachusetts. It was called Romney Care. So I think this is a super important election, but I've earned the credibility to be able to say that, because in 2012, I said this is a largely unimportant election. Mitt Romney and Barack Obama's policies on economic issues are near.
God damn. Is this like after like your after what insurance covered, or what are we talking about? Or is this what the insurance paid for?
Identical. Obamacare was literally Romney Care. Right now, the left says, the Heritage Foundation, it's so dangerous, Project 2025. Well, brother, they're the ones who wrote Obamacare.
Exactly. So how does Trump feel about Obamacare? That should clue you in as to how he feels about the Heritage Foundation. You fucking moron.
and you say that's the greatest change in the world, right? So
who said that was I think you say that was the greatest change in the world. Oh, no insurance. Jesus. Well, yeah, okay, well, good. Fuck them. And remember, I'm a doctor's kid. So that money is well, if it was going to my family, then maybe I'd have a different opinion, but it doesn't. It goes to the insurance companies.
And you say that's the greatest change in the world, right? So that's why the Democrats.
No, again, you did.
Yeah, I'll take the 10% change overall. I think Biden did about 15%, but Obama did 5%.
In which direction? I would agree that maybe 15%, maybe 20 to 25, but in the wrong direction.
Come on, man.
Percent change overall. I think Biden did about 15%, but Obama did 5%. But they'll also march you backwards by deregulating like Clinton did and Obama did, the bank bailouts like Obama did. But 10% is better than 0%, but it's not to help you. It's the release valve so the system keeps going.
Is it possible to steelman the case that that not all politicians are corporatists, or maybe how would you approach that?
No, we were voted to stay on the far right versus the far left, and it does look like we are not going to make it past this chapter. But again, you guys know how to keep the party raging.
Example: this podcast has a bunch of sponsors, and I give zero fucks about what they think about what I'm saying. Like, they have zero control over me.
I have no idea. He is big on nicknames. All the nurses have nicknames, and I'm sure they have nicknames for him too. But
maybe you could say that's because it's not a lot of money, or maybe I'm a unique person or something like this. But I just think it's possible to have, and I would like to believe a lot of politicians are this way, that they have ideas, and while they take money, they kind of see it as a game that, you accept the money, kind of go to certain parties, hug people and so on, but it doesn't actually fundamentally compromise your integrity on issues you actually care about.
I can steelman almost anything. I can steelman Trump. I can steelman conservatives easily, right? Corporate politics.
Can you I don't really think so.
Politicians is a hard one. So first, it's not all politicians. We can start out nice and easy. Tom Massey, now Hawley and Gates not taking corporate PAC money. Bernie, the squad, they don't take corporate PAC money. You could disagree on either end of those folks on social.
Again, I just finished Lost 2 days ago, and Sawyer calling Jack, good to see Jack.
Issues, but generally they are 1,000 times less corrupt.
Yo, at the bro, Discord is free. It is free. Just click the link and you're in. Who sent me? Is that you, Sam the Seeker? You're already in the server. What do you mean? What was I just saying? Oh, at the wedding. What were we talking about? And yeah, mine's like, that's your whole identity now. So again, my sister got married last weekend. Was it last weekend? Or the weekend? Yeah, last weekend. And when they were talking, like, obviously my dad walked my sister down the aisle. But before that, there was a little thing, and I heard the people who were working there being like, let's just say Mr. and Mrs. my last name, and they were like, no, he wants to be called Doctor, and it's like, yep, I mean, hey, he earned it and deserves it. So Laura said, Bernie don't take corporate money, but he supports anyone who does if they are a Democrat, POTUS, and candidate. Sounds hypocritical. Agreed. Agreed. Boom. What is happening? Tony, thank you so much for hanging out. You have a good one. All right, let's dive back.
They don't take corporate PAC money. You could disagree on either end of those folks on social issues, but generally they are 1,000 times less corrupt. They're more honest. And part of the reason you might hate the squad is because they're so honest. They tell you their real opinion on social issues that you really disagree with.
Yep, that's why we hate them, because of the sheer honesty. We just can't deal with the truth.
A lot of the corporate politicians won't do that because they're trying to get as many votes as possible so they can fillet their donors when they get into office and do all their favors for them. Okay, but you see, I'm already falling apart on the steelmanning of corporate politicians.
Let's like zoom in on that. So if you,
I'm working on it. We'll see. It's I gotta ease him into it, and likely it would be more like a recorded thing. But I'm working on it. He is interested, and you know, we do have interesting conversations. But you know, obviously, number one, you know, with a job like that, you know, getting into politics and stuff can be not ideal. But maybe we'll have him not cammed up. We'll see. I'm working on it.
if you take corporate PAC money, that's it. You're corrupted. Like, can you imagine yourself? Say you're a politician, you're a president. You're a human being. You're a person with integrity. You're a person who thinks about the world. You're saying, if I was a corporate PAC and I give you $1 billion, you'd be, I could tell you anything.
So Lex, everything is a spectrum. Humanity is a spectrum. So can you find outliers who could take corporate PAC money and still be principled enough to resist its lure? Yeah. And
theoretically, sure. Practically, probably not.
And I would hope that I would be a person like that, but I wouldn't take corporate PAC money. But if you force me to, I think I would still stay principled and do it. Could you find 10, 20 other people in the country? Yeah. But on average, that is not what will happen. What will happen is they will take the money and do exactly as they are told.
See, I think most people have integrity. Okay. Hold on. So what I'm more worried about is when you take corporate PAC money, it's not that you are immediately sold. It's over time.
Over time. That's true.
So, yeah, I get it.
This is Mike. This is what he's talking about.
But I wonder if the integrity that I think most people have can withstand the gradual slippery slope of the effect of corporate money. Which, if what I'm saying is true, that most people have integrity, one of the ways to solve the effect of corporate money is term limits. because it takes time to corrupt people. You can't buy them immediately, and then the term limits can for the listener.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where I sit on term limits, because it's like, obviously it's good to get fresh blood and all that, but there's a good reason why we like that the Supreme Court has lifetime appointments, because we don't want our Supreme Court justices trying to campaign and make decisions based on trying to get back in or keep their office.
Cenk is shaking his head. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No, so look, you're right.
Eddie Mellon said, I was pretty sure TYT survives on corporate donations. Yup.
Right that over
Wait, Sam, what is this? Oh, Lex, that would mean they have none? What do you mean by that?
time it gets way worse. And as we talked about earlier, Biden's a great example of that. Comes in anti-corruption, winds up being totally pro-corruption by the end. But he was also here for almost.
Like I said, I've heard too much that there is too much meandering and not enough payoffs in From. So when From is done, when the series is done, then I'll binge through it. But I've heard too much that because again, if I think. I mean, I did fall off Lost the first time I tried to watch it. And then the second time I watched it, when I actually got through it, I was watching it on Amazon before I had my my plugin, shout out to Zippy, that allowed me to speed everything up. And by season 3, I was, even though I really, really enjoy the show, I was still watching it at 1.7 speed. It's such a slow burn show. So we'll see. Fair enough.
Being totally pro-corruption by the end. But he was also here for almost all of it, as we started in a world that was not run by money in politics and is now completely run by money in politics. So does it get worse over time? Kristen Sinema in Arizona is a great example of that. Comes in as a progressive, doesn't want to take PAC money, cares about the average person, etc. Over time, she becomes the biggest corporatist in the Senate.
I'm honestly getting bored here. And like I said, there is one thing that we have to discuss before we get out of here. So y'all could keep the party raging. I'll keep this one up for now, but this is gonna be our last chapter. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Not again. Come on. We were right there. Don't do this to me.
Smart candidates. Dumb candidates don't help. They don't have a mind of their own. They can't. But Lex,
operating in, and so it's a tricky space too.
But Lex, look at all the people who are the biggest now, because we've now had a couple of decades at this, right? So, and I mean, as an industry. So,
okay, that counts for something. Harley says Supreme Court term limits isn't really justified. There's better arguments to be against them than for them. There's other ways to remove corporate influence from government. Agreed. Campaigning, just in general, political campaigning is just too much of a distraction from the actual issues. Nick says, I would definitely be interested to hear your dad's opinion on different topics. I understand that you don't want to be associated with politics in the medical field. But yeah, I think we could, like, I'm working on it. Talking to each other. All right.
I would argue you're huge, and you don't do that. You don't do the conspiracy theories. You don't do the drama at all, right? Rogan is huge. Yeah, maybe there's drama, but he's genuine, right? I got a lot of issues with some of his policies. Mixed opinions on Joe in a lot of different ways.
That was a lot more positive than I thought it was going to be. Solar said it should be illegal to campaign while you're supposed to be doing the job we are paying you for. And that's exactly the argument against these term limits. But like, if you are a first-term president, then it's absolutely unreasonable to say, no, you're the president. You you cannot campaign to be the president again because you need to be doing the job. I mean, like, yeah, that would be ideal, but that's not realistic, you know? So that's the major thing Excuse me. That's a major thing against term limits, in my opinion. I do see the benefit. I just think those benefits are outweighed by the negatives.
Issues with some of his policies, mixed opinions on Joe in a lot of different ways, but I don't doubt that he's genuine, and people can sense that, right?
Mhm.
And he's huge. We're genuine. We're huge. So this is the market beginning to work.
So speaking of Joe, let me ask you about this.
You ready? He knows it's coming. He knows it's coming. Look at that. Look at that. You know. He knows it's coming. If you're not listening, I'm giving you a second. Get by your phone. Fix your headphones. Do whatever you got to do. This is the highlight.
Here we go.
I didn't actually know this, but when I was prepping for this conversation, I saw that you actually said at some point in the past that you can beat up Rogan in a fight.
Yeah.
No, you said that you have a shot. It's a non-zero probability.
Yes.
Do you still believe this?
Yes. But the probability is dropping. It's dropping every day.
I think it's probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. So I did I wrestled and did jiu-jitsu and judo and all.
Oh my God. And so I think the issue is campaign financing. How about you can't spend more than 5 times you earn in the office on a campaign? But then Trump didn't take the salary. So that would mean he would have no money to run on. Right? Is that not what you're like 5 times 0 is 0? How do we square that circle? Indeed. He knows what is coming. Harley said the problem we have right now is being able to have long-term policies. One leader comes in and puts in his policies, and the next leader comes in and removes them. Becomes a repeating cycle. Bingo. And yeah, I think that really started with Bush. I really think that I mean, there was executive orders before that, but the use of executive orders with Bush Jr. was it just set the tone. And then I think if I'm not mistaken, Obama, continued that trend, and more 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 and more. No bueno. Nick said, was it a crime when Bill Clinton lied to the country while under oath? Yes, that is called perjury. Any film said no. Say the office pays $400,000 a year, so that's $800K after the term. So you can only spend $4 million on the campaign. But I'm kind of playing devil's advocate because I don't necessarily have a personal issue. But again, if Trump was only able to spend $4 million and he's using his own money, then how was that fair? I think you should be able to use your own money any way that you want, right? I don't know. I'm gonna sit on this one. It sounds good. It sticks me as like, the government telling you what you can do with your money. And in general, this sounds fine. But when we get the people like Vivek and Trump who are not taking that money, then what reason do we have to tell them they can't spend their own money on whatever it is that they want? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, those executive orders. I don't know if they should be outlawed. But the culture of just like, oh yeah, we'll just fucking executive order it. That's bullshit. So Laura said, publicly funded elections, all candidates get the same amount. Publicly funded. So I'm trying to think about how much, because right now it's all donors and super PACs and corporations and stuff. So if they get if it's a publicly funded thing, then now we're all talking about they each get $8 million each to run. I don't know. It's an interesting idea, but like I said, I definitely will have to sit more on that before I can give a strong opinion one way or the other. Michael said, Harley, I disagree. Our founding fathers very wisely designed our government for gridlock, designed it to be slow moving, right? Yep. The wheels of justice, the wheels of government should turn very slowly. Michael goes on to say, the cycles you're referring to might feel pointless. It serves the good. Agreed.
I've ever.
It's dropping every day.
I think it's probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. So I did I wrestled and did jiu-jitsu and judo and all the kinds of fighting sports my whole life.
Hey, shout out to Jason Johns. Thank you so very, very much for that $9.99. We can definitely add you to the co-sponsor. There you go. Yummy. Thank you so very, 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 very much, sir. I'll give you that extra penny. I'm sure the other sponsors won't mind, but thank you, everybody. But Jason in the chat for the first ever super chat to me, little old me. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. So I was saying, if corporations want to donate, it gets divided among all 3 or 5 or. I don't like that, because again, now we're saying that if you're a corporation and you're giving money to politics, then you don't get to give it to the person that you like. It just goes into into the race, and so then I now have less of a reason to give my money, because it might go to help the person that I don't like. So I'm not going to give anybody any money, and then nobody's going to get me money, and then it's going to come to taxes. I don't know. It's not looking good. Let's gotta grab a couple of these before we dive back in. Harley said it's hard to get the ball moving. When the moment you put the ball out on the field, it's picked up and removed. Great. And everyone said, sorry, $400K a year, 160 million term, 8 million spent on campaigns, and the governments should not be funding any campaigns. That's what I say. And Solar, I assume that's what you mean when you say publicly funded, meaning government funded. And I don't like anything government funded.
And I just observed a lot of really confident, large guys roll into gyms. He's ripped. He could deadlift. He could talk all kinds of shit, and he believes he's gonna be the next world champion, and he just gets his ass kicked.
Yeah, of course. Okay, and I've seen, like, I saw this Israeli MMA fighter take on an anti-Semite who was huge and thought that, he believed in like Nick Fuentes' conspiracy theories or something.
Oh, okay. So finally, Cenk is going. When does this do? Okay. Finally, Cenk is going to admit that no, he has no chance to beat Joe Rogan in a fight. Obvious. Of course, he will kick your ass with one arm tied behind his back. Even said nobody can beat McConnell in Kentucky because he has way more money than anybody else to campaign. And I definitely see the issue with that. I'm just not sure what the solution is. I'm just not sure. And so that's why I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm not saying that your idea is bad. I need to mull it over some more. And maybe we'll talk about it in the after party for members only. Harley said you don't need to remove the policies, just revise or build upon the policies there. Yeah, I think that usually is the best way to address any political issue. Instead of revolution, slowly move in the right direction. That is, the idea of things moving slowly. Michael said, "Why would I do that if I and my constituent are completely?" Yeah, exactly. Solar said the Supreme Court made super PACs possible. Corporate free speech is more important than the free speech of voters. Whoever has the most money always wins. And again, I agree that is definitely a problem. That is definitely a problem. I'm just not sure what the solution is. And you guys may be right. I'm just saying I don't know for sure yet.
Thought that, he believed in like Nick Fuentes' conspiracy theories or something. And the MMA fighter dismantled him, and I loved it. Okay, and then we tweeted back and
So okay, good. So now you know that you would be the guy who gets his ass kicked, thinking that he knows what's good and thinking that he's going to be able to fight a trained fighter. You understand that now.
forth, etc. So, guys, first let me just assure you, I get it. So now let me.
Do you though? Do you though? Do you though? I really don't think you do.
Tell you why I said it and then why I think it's a non-zero chance. So Michael Smerconish had written this blog I don't know, 10, 15 years ago on Huffington Post. We were both bloggers at that point, and about the wussification of America. Now, he was saying the left is a bunch of wussies, right? So I wrote a blog saying, hey, Michael, I would rather debate you. So if you want to debate about how we're wussies,
He doesn't. He just said it was a non-zero chance. It is a 0%. It is a 0.00001. Anything can happen. But no.
I would rather debate you. So if you want to debate about how we're wussies, let's do it. Let's find a thing. But, you're mentioning physicality, right? And how you guys are tougher. So if you prefer, only in a prescribed setting, right? And we're not going to go do it in the streets like idiots, right? But if you want, we'll have a boxing match or whatever you want, and we'll see who's tougher. And he panicked.
Agreed. Change who the border's open to, change how they come across the border, change the border itself, like build a wall. There's plenty of ways to address the issues. Indeed. Cenk, I knew you'd have something to say about this one. He's like, oh God, he's starting an argument based on physical attributes by mentioning reading something. I don't like where this is going already. I told you that we would not be able to end this without seeing this.
We'll have a prescribed setting, right? And we're not going to go do it
So I'm going to be out of gas in 30 seconds, if that.
in the streets like idiots, right? But if you want, we'll have a boxing match or whatever you want, and we'll see who's tougher. And he panicked, and he cried to mommy, which was Ariana Huffington. And
So again, right now, he's not talking about Joe. He's talking about some other guy who said lefties are weak.
Jack's intimidating me, right? Okay, all right. Well, who's the wussy now, bitch? Right? So that is not.
Oh, you mean the one where there was 100? There's the hungry dance. You mean the one that was $180 billion and only $20 billion, or $180 trillion? And only $20 billion was going to the border? Oh, nah. That's what they called it the border bill, so it's for the border.
Bingo.
That's how dumb you are.
Stupid.
Right? Okay, all right. Well, who's the wussy now, bitch? Right? So that is not to actually get into a fight with poor Michael Smerconish, right? It's to prove, hey, don't use rhetoric like that. That's dumb. And this is me proving that it's dumb. Okay, so now Joe had said, I forget what he said at the time, and he said something similar, right? And I'm up to here with Joe at that point. I don't know if we'll ever talk again, right? But
You've been on a show, and that was a good.
I missed this one. And he said, the only chance Cenk has if Rogan got the mRNA shot and would collapse at the start of the match. I'll give that a dilly. We still got a hungry dog. Feed my dog.
Conversation.
it was a great
This is a good conversation. The whole thing is a good conversation. Let's keep this going.
It was a while back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope he has you on again.
Yeah.
Me
So I get it.
I bet you. I don't like this take you have a lot. I bet you he hates it because him as an MMA commentator, he gets to hear so many bros.
Yeah.
It's all about the mindset, bro. Now, to Steelman, the point you're making, which I do think it's the stupidest thing you've ever said, but the actual intent, which is whether you're left or right, there's strong people on the left, like mentally strong, physically strong. Like, I think the whole point is not that you can beat them, but you're willing to fight if you need to. It's
100%.
So it's not like I believe I can beat him. It's like I'm willing, like all this shit,
That's not what you said, though. Like, you can cope and change it and walk it back. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Great. I'm strong because I'm willing to walk into a cage where I know my ass will get beat. Okay, fine. That's not what you said. That is not what you said. Shout out to Harley. Thank you. Said Morty, eat a treat if Cenk can beat Rogan. All right. So we're going We'll go with the beef for this one. He really likes them carrots, so we'll give Rogan the best chance that he can get. He's climbing up. There you go. Jake wins. Jake wins. Look how fucking cute you are. Look how fucking cute you are. My boy. My boy. Thank you so very, very much. Harley, using the Overlord to understand the future. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. Harley knows. Harley knows. Andy Film said, given the choice of a one-on-one with an Antifa guy or a Proud Boy, I think I'll take the Antifa guy. That's where I was going. We just hand to hand, definitely, but they are shisty. I don't trust them to, they'll be old dick twist and type shit like that. Content said, so Chunk thinks he can win because he called someone out and they didn't take the fight. Bingo. That's like me saying I can beat Mighty Mouse, a amazing fighter, when he doesn't respond and I can claim the victory. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is accurate.
It's
100%.
So it's not like I believe I could beat him. It's like I'm willing, like all this shit, calling the people on the left wusses or whatever. I'm willing to step in the fight, even if I'm untrained, even if I'm out of shape. I'm willing to fight. Yeah, I get it. I understand that, but it's just pick a different person. That's why I wrote down my genuine curiosity is if you can beat up Alex Jones versus Cenk.
Yo, would you pay? Would you pay to see that? Alex Jones versus Cenk. Question mark. I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that. And as we know, Morty has spoken. And of course, whether it's Joe or Alex Jones or anybody else, there is nowhere to bet but Cenk Uygur. So I said, Cenk might win if he is in a small room and he attacks first. He's a big guy. Nope. Nope. I would pay so much for that. Hell yeah. I would easily pay the normal UFC fights are $80 a month plus the ESPN subscription. I'd pay $100. I'd pay $100. No problem.
That is if you can beat up Alex Jones versus Cenk. The legitimacy is I would pay for that because you're both untrained. You both got, I would say, the spirit.
No, he is. Look, I'll give the same fairness.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, right. Even Kimbo Slice, he got taken down by the Data 5000, right? Do I have that right? Maybe I do have a good memory. What did I just say? I just said it. Data. Yes. Is this UFC? We can't play any UFC.
Kimbo Slice has gone worldwide, but tonight
they changed it up. All right, word up. How long is this? Let's just see where the bag roll. Actually, let's just mute it. Let's just mute it, and then because it don't last that long. All right. So Kimbo. Why did that stop? Okay, so Kimbo is the guy on top, and Dada 5000 is the red hair, black trunks. Dada 5000. Oh, I don't know, maybe Roy or somebody else, but yeah, this was supposed to be this was supposed to be such a huge event, and then it just fell flat because even though you're big, and I mean looking good to Data 5000, but I don't remember exactly who it was that Solar is referring to, but yeah, when he got destroyed, it was, I believe, in the first round. Like, he didn't make it out, and the point there being, even if you are trained, all the fighters say this. I know what you mean. I don't know her name, so find that. But yeah, all these fighters will say like the fear of walking into the cage is not that you're gonna get beat up. Like you're gonna get into a fight. It's being he's got side control. Yeah, that you are going to run out of energy, and all your skills are just going to be done, and you can only wait for the ref or the clock. That is the scary thing that I've heard from most fighters. Yeah, next up, Mighty Mouse is one of the best pound for pound fighters in the game. You need someone like Achilles to stand a chance against him. Just watch out for the heel hook. Yep.
Spirit.
No, he has. Look, I'll give the same fairness.
Yeah.
I think I got an 8% chance of beating Rogan.
You're
Nuts. I know. I got it.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay, all right.
And I think, to be fair, Alex has an 8% chance of beating me. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because you never know.
Wait, so you think that Alex Jones and Joe Rogan are of equal skill or of equal ability to beat you up? What are you basing that on? Oh, he's bigger. He's bigger. Yeah, shout out to Anderson Silva. I did really like Izzy before I left the sport. But if I had to pick one, I think I'd go cliche. If we're including John Jones wins. If not, then GSP. Context said we know who would win. The question of outcomes. The questioning of what comes from the fact that that is untrained, that is an untrained journalist that can claim. Hold on, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ! You fucking fair up. I was about to say it again, and that's like 3 shows in a row where I almost said it. We would know who would win. The questioning of our comes from the fact that an untrained journalist can claim to be trained fighter. It speaks volumes how delusional some can be. Fair question. People can be delusional, yeah.
Alex has an 8% chance of beating me. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because you never know. He catches you on a lucky punch. I got punched in the ear once, and you lose your balance, and then you're in a lot of trouble, right? So I can get lucky. Alex Jones can get lucky. It's me against Rogan is harder. Like you, if you said to me, you don't have 8% chance,
you'd be right.
But Alex does. Okay,
you'd be right.
I'm not gonna. It's fine, right? So why
just give it up, dude? Why I don't understand. Like, what is the ego thing that you're so? Just admit it. It's okay. It's okay. Most of the world would not be able to beat Joe Rogan in a fight. Like, that's not embarrassing. What's embarrassing is saying what you're saying right now. Facts. Sometimes believing in yourself can get you in trouble. It just keeps going and going and going. Energizer bunny style.
But Alex does. Okay.
Solara said, I'd give Alex a 60% chance and I give Joe a 78% chance of beating you in 1 minute. I like those odds. Context says, Steven. Who the fuck is Steven? Steven? Steven and Jen claimed to be able to beat him before. He's only backstabbing. Who the fuck is Steven? Who is Steven? What are we talking about?
8% chance.
That's Lex Fridman and Cenk Uygur.
But Alex does. Okay, I'm not gonna. It's fine, right? So why does Alex stand almost no chance against me? So first of all, it's not just because I'm.
Oh, I literally forgot you existed.
Big and he's big. One, I wrestled.
Oh, you wrestled?
Yeah, if you wrestled, then you're like I watched.
I wrestled when I was 16.
The show with my kids, Physical 100. It's like a Korean show where they.
I promise you, I know. There is no way that a bunch of you think that that was legit. I promise you. I had no idea what the fuck you were talking about. That being said, Physical 100, fire. There's some when they're not doing the actual challenges, you can kind of skip through it. especially because it's, you know, the conversation is just kind of general reality stuff. Physical 100 is like American Ninja Warrior style. Good shit. Definitely check that out.
You're like, I watched this show with my kids. Physical 100 is like a Korean show where they try to find out who's the best athlete. They have one thing where they have to wrestle away the ball and keep it this big giant ball. I'm like,
and yes,
every wrestler.
And yes, that is Dong Young Kim. That is the UFC fighter. I can't even remember. Wow. I don't even remember his name. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is his name? Not the Korean zombie. That's not Korean zombie. Dong Young Kim? Yeah. Really? I could have sworn he had a different name. Some UFC fan. There's definitely either way, but that's him. Yes, the actual UFC fighter. That's relevant just because of what he's talking about.
Kids, Physical 100 is like a Korean show where they try to find out who's the best athlete. They have one thing where they have to wrestle away the ball and keep it this big giant ball. I'm like, every wrestler's going to win. Every MMA fighter is going to win, and every time they win. And they're like, Dad, how'd you know that? Because we get trained. We're not going to lose to a non-wrestler in a wrestling contest. It's not going to happen, right? So you can get lucky, but it's unlikely. So one, wrestling. Now, that was from a long time ago, but at least you know the mechanics, right? Number two.
He's got a lot of pent-up anger to the high heavens. Fair. I said working out and knowing how to fight is not the same thing. I've taken down guys twice my size. I cheated to do it. Hey, there ain't no cheating in a street fight. There you go. There you go. Get a little chuckle from Solara over on Rumble.
Wrestling. Now, that was from a long time ago, but at least you know the mechanics, right? Number two.
I took Taekwondo when I was 7. So, you know, I mean, if Joe Rogan tries to come over here, you know, I mean, there's a 6% chance that, you know, I might get lucky.
I've gotten into about 30 actual street fights in my life. And
yeah, I know. I mean, definitely. Fuck. I can't even think of the Korean zombie's name. Three years ago, I would have been so embarrassed. But that's how quickly, like, for those of you who know, I was balls deep in UFC. And now I just don't remember.
Right. Number two.
Like, I remember the moment when fucking Yair put the elbow up. I just no idea. So I said, yeah, I've got a 0% chance of beating Mike Tyson, and I used to hit hard. I mean, the sweet science. You when you know how to hit, you know how to hit. Well, at least you tried, right? At least you tried. Yes, you can. I do. So just stream your Michael, right? I do ask that if you're going to watch the stream with each other in the voice channel, that you know, keep the tab open. We only got 16 people in here, so 5 of you are watching one tab. Then you know, that kind of hurts. But yes, if you as long as you keep the tab open, enjoy.
Wrestling. Now, that was from a long time ago, but at least you know the mechanics, right? Number two, I've gotten into about 30 actual street fights in my life. And you can say street fight's not the same as MMA. Of course, that's true. Obviously true, right? But it's not no experience. It's some experience.
No, it's not.
And the most important part of a street fight is being able to take a punch to the face. Okay.
Yeah, knowing what it feels like to get punched in the face.
Yeah.
And guess what you don't know, Cenk? The difference between any punch you've ever had and what Joe Rogan can do to you.
Yeah.
So I've been punched in the face, I don't know, dozens of times in my life. I used to start fights by
That doesn't surprise me.
saying, I'll let you take the first punch. Okay. So I didn't start the fights. They just started because they punched me in the face. Okay. So, and then for Alex, the main thing, and also true for Rogan, is it's about willpower, right? So if Joe has a 92% chance, in my opinion, of knocking me out or beating me because he has the skill and he's trained and he knows what he's doing. So all the willpower in the world isn't going to help you if you get kicked upside the head, right? So, but in the unlikely circumstances that I've worn him down, right, then I'm a little bit more in the ball game because I got willpower. For Alex, he doesn't have the willpower I have, Okay.
What would make you say that? You're a feckless little bitch. Alex Jones has fought the entire establishment for so long. Yeah, Alex Jones. Come on, bro. The delusion. The delusion. It's not very demure. Contact said, Jack used to wrestle. I'm positive that Rogan destroys currently training wrestlers at his gym all the time. Oh, that's just the start. That's just what I can say on YouTube. Become a member and join the after party. Well, said you can't you can't willpower your way out of lack of breath and build up of lactic acid in your muscles. Not WR, not cutesy.
Because I got willpower. For Alex, he doesn't have the willpower I have. Okay. Because to me, the idea of losing to Alex Jones is unthinkable. I would do.
So your literal argument is that I cannot perceive that somebody else would be able to hurt me in a fight, despite the fact that I think that I could hurt a professionally trained fighter. But because I can't fathom it, because I don't like it, because I know I'm better at politics, in my opinion, in his opinion, that it can't happen.
Stupid.
Shout out to Ayush. Welcome to the party. So my boy thinks he's Naruto. Pretty much.
Because to me, the idea of losing to Alex Jones is unthinkable. I would do anything not to lose. Anything.
Let me just say,
And then you would fail. Yeah, so I was like, he better just try to be friends with everyone if losing to Alex is unthinkable. Good point. Like I said, anyone can fight a wild animal with their bare hands, Harley. Just not to win. I have no frame of reference because I think I've only personally done a bench press like twice in my life. So I don't know, but I'll leave that up to you guys. You'll manifest Alex's whooping. Shout out to Joe Mama. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I said, I suck at fighting, but at least I can admit it. I said, shit, me too. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But like I said, Cenk is anime strong. As long as he has the power of friendship and belief on his side, he will always beat his opponent. Good one. Good. And again, guys, Jetstream is streaming the stream in the after party room. So as long as you keep the tab open for your boy, then go chat about it. So this is probably about 2:25. Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Thinkable. I would do anything not to lose. Anything.
let me just say, so that's beautiful. I love this. I would pay a lot of money to watch the two of you just even like wrestle.
I said shit. Me too. Got an anime. I'm like, oh no.
But with Joe, I think I have to say it's like it's 0.0001% chance you have a chance before you even get to the mentality. And the other thing is, on the mentality side, one of the fascinating things about Joe is he's actually a sweetheart in person like this, but there's something that takes over him when he competes.
Brother, we've been around 22 years in the toughest industry in the world.
Yeah.
Except you haven't. Delulu.
Competes.
Brother, we've been around 22 years in the toughest industry in the world.
Yeah.
Right. If you you have any idea how hard it is to run a 75-person company and make money online and survive after.
What does that have to do with fighting? You're so dumb to think that this is where this DEI shit comes from. That everything is just replaceable. Like skills here. I have 10 tough points from this. This was hard. So this other thing that's hard that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, because I did a hard thing. Now I can do all hard things.
What? Stupid.
I'm speechless. I am speechless. You said, but you're a shill. He's a dissident. I hope you're talking about Rogan and Cenk. Them's fighting words. Bumtech said Rogan's leg kicks Cenk. He goes down. Oh yeah, Rogan leg kicks Cenk. He goes down. Anna yells, "You can do it, senpai!" Cenk rises. Rogan leg kicks again. Rogan wins. Yeah, exactly. Right. By that logic, Bill Gates would kick everybody's ass. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? So we are right at the end of this, guys. We've been going. We're at 3.5 hours. So if you want the party to keep going, you know how to do it. But this is our last chapter.
How hard it is to run a 75-person company and make money online and survive after all the guys who took billions of dollars went.
I hear you.
Tremendous willpower. So, but overall, this is not the hill I'm dying on.
Right.
Okay.
Sure sounds like it.
Joe would win. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So I was like, well, I can play guitar. Therefore, I could build a lightsaber.
What?
Same argument.
I think we're all allowed one kind of blind spot, I suppose.
So you don't think
Yeah, this is what we're dealing with. Wait. Hold on. No.
Big guy?
Yeah, this is what our boy Rogan can do.
That's
God damn it! Really?
Joe Rogan can kick so hard that it sounds like gunshots. Joe Rogan has been fighting in Taekwondo since he was 15 years old and is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Taekwondo, and Karate. And he even holds the world record for the strongest kick. It's just scary how much power Joe Rogan's kicks really are.
He's so stocky that when you know, I mean, I don't know exactly, but I like shout out to Harley for this clip. The ability to create the amount of energy, the amount of torque is wild.
Holds the world record for the strongest kick. It's just scary how much power Joe Rogan's kicks really are.
Damn. Yeah, I got like an 8% chance. No.
still is in good shape. That was a wrestler that's been in a lot of street fights. You still think 0.0001.
It depends on street fights, but yeah, 0.001. I just see
Okay,
technique.
yeah, and it's such a minute disagreement because so take me out of it. So you take out the willpower part of blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I think it's 1 to 2%. Yeah, he could catch the guy on about,
I thought this wasn't the hill that you were going to die on. You've had experts over the months since you've said it explain to you why it's not an 8% chance. And now it's down to 2%. Just say you lose. And be like, okay, he can beat my ass, but I still have better political positions than him. That is the argument that you should be making.
Oh,
I think it's
get
because,
lucky.
I think it's because I've talked to, so I trained with a coach named John Donaher, and we talk about this a lot. And I think technique is just such. Technique is the thing that also feeds the willpower. It actually builds up your confidence in a way that like nothing else does.
Because yeah, when you're standing across from Joe, you're going to be shitting your fucking pants. And when Joe's standing across from you, he's like, all right, let's fucking go. This is going to be fun.
In the more actionable way, because you won't need that much willpower.
No,
if the technique is backed.
But
like
look,
you don't have to be like a tough guy to win debates if you're just fucking good at debates, right? So I think people just don't understand the value in sport and especially in combat.
All right, guys, I will continue. I will go on to the Hamas part. 99 cents. That is all I'm asking. 99 cents. We are an hour overtime, but I will go because I'm having fun. I think this is a good conversation. 99 cents, and we'll keep it riding.
Of technique.
No, a great irony here is I actually totally agree with that. That's why I mentioned the physical 100. Technique's going to win almost every time. We're having a debate about whether it's 8 or 1 or 0.01, right? Like it's either way, technique wins.
Yeah.
We agree.
Okay, beautiful. In the one of the controversial things you've done in the 90s as a student at UPenn, you publicly denied the Armenian genocide.
Ooh. So I'm going to make my drink here. I'll give you guys a moment. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little nip. Just a little nip. Hey! Shout out to Nick Luchetti! keeping the party raging. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Everybody put Nick in the fucking chat. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. And yeah, you were here yesterday, right? I literally found this on the street. So I could open another one, but I mean, this is already open. But thank you. And shout out to Chatson. Welcome. Just in the nick of time. The nick of time. All right. So Israel, Palestine. Let's see what he's got to say.
Anything that's internal.
Yeah.
So actually, we already saw the conspiracy theory part. So we'll just get, the end of that.
Of either people or governments. Right.
Yeah.
So that's probably your answer without knowing anything that's internal.
Yeah. That's crazy. We don't have the list of clients. What is the best way to achieve stability and
Mike, this is for you, homie.
peace in Israel and Palestine in the current situation and in the next 5-10 years?
If people wanted to get
I missed the question. Sorry.
Stability and list of clients. What is the best way to achieve stability and peace in Israel and Palestine?
Okay.
In the current situation and in the next 5-10 years.
If people wanted to get to peace, it's relatively straightforward. There's already a deal that was negotiated. The Saudis agreed to it, and they're an important player in this game.
Did Israel agreed to it?
The Palestinians and the Israelis have
Did
initially
Palestine
agreed
agree
to
to
it.
it?
Even Hamas has kind of agreed to it. That deal exists, and it's just waiting on the shelf to get done, right? And it's pretty straightforward. Israel gets out of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, but they keep an X percentage. It used to be 4%, then it went up to 6%. It's probably a higher number now. The Palestinians keep losing leverage as we go, right? So you remember how hard it was to get a deal on Ukraine, I thought.
Hey, shout out to T. So Laura V with a Rumble rant said, so A+, glad I found this channel. Well, I am glad you did as well. And of course, that comes with a treat for Morty. Thank you so very, very much. We both appreciate it so much. And I am glad you are part of the community. Exactly. I'm walking my dog and I just see this laying on the ground and I've been a degenerate. So face down, and obviously it's full. I'm like, I assumed that it would be open and whatever, but and like my condo development thing is kind of on a main-ish street. So I'm sure some homeless dude was just walking and just dropped it. Mine now. It's been sitting on my counter for a minute. Exactly. Y'all got it. All right, let's see what our boy got to say about Israel.
Right.
Well, it was Solara. Oh my god. Solara said, what if it turned out to be pee? You know what? If somebody took a sealed bottle and pissed in it and left it on the ground and I picked it up and unsealed it and drank it, I couldn't have even been mad. I've been like, damn, I got. That's pee. I got. But we drinking that shit.
It's probably a higher number now. The Palestinians keep losing leverage as we go, right? So you remember how hard it was to get a deal on Ukraine, I thought. That's a very complicated one. Israel's much more straightforward. Get the hell out of the occupied territories. Keep some of the those settlements are the worst thing. They're cancer. But anyway, I don't know. There is an answer to the settlements, and it's probably that Israel keeps them, even though that drives me crazy. No right of return for Palestinians. There'll be symbolic right of return for a couple of families. And so Palestinians go, oh, no way. Guys, you have no leverage. Take the deal. Okay? So you're not going to...
I barely even know what he's talking about. And take the deal is exactly the right position.
Get a right of return. Israel's not going to allow millions of Palestinians to go and vote in Israel. It would end the Jewish state. You have to get to a practical solution. So honestly, the number one person blocking it now is Netanyahu. It's not even... That's obvious. That doesn't take a lot of courage to say that. He says publicly, I don't want a Palestinian state. I'm against a two-state solution. He's been monstrous. He's one of the worst terrorists of my lifetime. So that's easy. The right wing of Israel has lost its mind. So the Smotrich and the Ben Gvir is openly talking about ethnic cleansing and driving them into other Arab countries. I mean, this is the definition of ethnic cleansing. So, but is like, I know that.
Wow. Okay. Going Texas Zuckerberg versus Elon would have been awesome, but I got my money on Mark in that one. The only thing Adam is his weight and reach. I remember. Did I actually? I remember people talking about footage of him training Zuckerberg, and yeah, I probably agree. I'd probably agree. And dilly dilly.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
I've seen Mark's training. Gomez says he's all right, but isn't really anything special. He probably kicked my ass though. Dude has all the time and money to train as much as he wants. Do you know who he trains under? And I mean, under BJJ, I would know who. I wouldn't know like striking coaches, but like I know like if you're gonna say Danaher or Gracie or like 10th Planet or something. Yeah, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Cenk. This is one of those things. The Israel-Palestine issue is one that has broken the left-right matrix that existed before. When I say matrix, I don't mean the matrix. I mean the layout that just destroyed what it was. And so you have like he was talking about establishment and populace. There's different levels of that on both sides now. And because it's such a big issue, then you see people agreeing on different sides where they would disagree hugely. People said Hamas doesn't want a two-state solution because they had one on October 6th. Well, neither does Israel, because they could have flattened Gaza. They could have flattened Gaza, and they don't. Maybe on October 6th, hey, we flattened Gaza. Whoa. October 7th, let's go in there, end this shit. Or stop taking my money. And when I say my money, we realize we're talking about your money. This money. Already, YouTube takes most of it. Not most of it. A good portion of it. And then when we have these wars, your money gets taxed as your money, and then it gets taxed as my money. All of this. Instead of being able to buy treats, instead of being able to buy Marty his tomahawk steak, instead of being able to buy a better camera so that I could go out and do real life interviews, instead of any of those things, that money is going to a war that neither side wants to end. No, thank you.
But is like, I know that the Arabs are going to take the deal. Saudi Arabia cannot wait to take the deal because they just want to get business going, right?
Do you think Hamas takes the deal?
So I have a solution where you don't need Hamas. But yes, Hamas would definitely take the deal. Hamas already publicly said that they would even get rid of that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. But there's so much propaganda in American media. It's maddening, right? So, and this idea that you don't deal with Hamas is so...
What's Zoad? Solar said, so Cenk denied the Armenian genocide. SOAD. I don't know what SOAD is. Would be pissed. I mean, yeah, he denies it and calls his thing the Young Turks, who did the genocide. So I don't know how Anna, who is Armenian, just takes that. But oh, system is down. Okay, are they Armenian? That's like 2 clicks off of my music taste. Everybody loves the what was their single? Their Chop Suey, but not my thing. But yeah. King said, I just want innocent families and babies not to suffer. Amazing. What a crazy idea. You too, Sam? What? We all just want innocent people to be able to live their lives? And that can't happen as long as there's a tit-for-tat war going on? maybe the war needs to end. Some said Israel is the most careful army in the world. Well, maybe they should be a little bit less careful and a little bit more effective. Hamas forces people to stay. Well, again, I mean, one side's going to win, or they're both going to keep fighting. So somebody's got to win. That's how this works. That's good. I know I'm the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu cultist, but I would fucking love rolling with Mark Zuckerberg. No politics or social media bullshit, just man-to-man rolling and seeing where his BJJ is at. He'd take you fucking down, Zuckerberg. I would be cheering for him. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. Yep. The people of Gaza are different, but the government that controls Gaza is not different. Yeah, I'm with Solar. Nuke them both, end of problem. No. Nuke one of them. I don't give a shit. We let them nuke each other. I don't give a fuck. Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it. Can I do anything about it? No? Then leave me out of it. Anyone said, didn't one of the American hostages die? How about we send in the SEALs to free the American hostages, then wash our hands of the whole issue? Sounds good to me.
Right? So, and this idea that you don't deal with Hamas is so dumb. So the reason it's dumb is you don't negotiate with your friends. You negotiate with your enemies. Well, I don't want to negotiate with them. I don't like them. Well, then you're not going to get to peace, right? But still, there is a path that doesn't include Hamas. So make a deal with Fatah that runs the best West Bank. Then they get, right now, if Fatah went into Gaza Strip, they wouldn't be able to manage it because they don't have enough credibility. They're mainly seen as in cahoots with the occupiers, whereas Hamas is hardcore and fighting against the occupiers. But if Fatah delivers a peace, not only a peace deal, but a Palestinian state, then they come in as heroes. So you make the deal with them, you let them run the Gaza Strip, and you empower them to drive out Hamas. That way, they do your dirty work for you in a sense, right? But good, because Hamas is a terrorist organization. They're not helpful. And especially if the Palestinians get a state, the violence has to stop immediately. That's the whole point. The trade is you get a state, Israel gets safety and peace.
So no more rockets at Israel.
No more rockets. If you do any other rockets, and Israel does the barbaric thing they just did, even I would say, hey, brother, we had a peace deal, okay? So if you violate a peace deal
with it.
and you do a bomb, they're going to do a bomb, and their bomb is much larger, okay? So that, and by the way, can it work? It already has worked. Israel already did it with Egypt. So Egypt was 100 times Hamas. Egypt gathered all the Arab armies and actually physically invaded Israel when Israel could lose, and they did it several times.
How true is that? Because I have 100% ignorance on that. Just give me a percentage. Is he spot on? Is he like 80% there? Where is he at on that? Because that sounds a little too easy. Avon said they had a state and a peace deal on October 6th since 2006. So he's that's the 6-day war. He was. You're saying he's right about that? Again, I'm coming from ignorance. I'm asking you guys. I do not know at all. Any film said since Israel didn't lose in defeated 5 Arab countries, I'd say he's a little off. Oh, Sam disagrees. So argue it out and let me know who's right.
And actually physically invaded Israel when Israel could lose, and they did it several times. And Lex, at the time,
he did say that Israel. He said that they did it with Egypt because they got all the Arab countries. I think maybe you misheard him.
Can it work? It already has worked. Israel already did it with Egypt. So Egypt was 100 times Hamas. Egypt gathered all the Arab armies and actually physically invaded Israel when Israel could lose, and they did it several times. And Lex, at the time, not just the right, like the war hawks, but most people thought there's no way Egypt will keep that peace deal. Oh, they're suckers. We're giving them the Sinai Peninsula back. And
You have a good one, brother. Shout out to Quantum Tech.
Then they're just going to keep bombing and attacking us. There hasn't been a single bomb from Egypt since the peace deal. Peace deals work. War gets you more war. Peace deals get you peace. And if you should never, this is true of all of life, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Bingo. So if you're saying, well, I'm not positive that a peace deal is going to be perfect and 12 more rockets might be fired. Well, brother, what do we have now, right? We have endless rockets now. If Israel's supposed to be a safe haven for Jews, and I get it and I want it, okay, then become a safe haven. The way that you're a safe haven is stop the occupation. It's not complicated. And the reason they're not, let's be honest, the reason the right-wing government of Israel is not stopping the occupation is because they want to take more and more land.
Except for Trump.
And so they have throughout time taken way more of the West Bank than they had originally. And now Netanyahu is saying, I want a corridor in the middle of Gaza, and I want a corridor at the border of Egypt. Now we're back to occupying Gaza physically, let alone through power and etc.
So Bibi has to go.
Definitely.
What's the role of U.S. in making a peace deal like that happen?
It's going to sound outlandish, but I can get you a ceasefire almost overnight.
Okay, Cenk's gonna fix everything overnight. And Film said peace deals get you peace. I mean, we need something like, I don't know, something called the Abraham Accords. They had the land and they turned over the West Bank. They turned over the Gaza Strip in 2006. They gave that back to Jordan. Again, I'm very, very ignorant on this stuff, so I'm just reading what you guys are saying. Shout out to Big A DeForce. Welcome. Said 4 different times they crossed Israel's borders. Okay, what does that mean? Again, this is the issue I know least about. So help me out, fill me in.
Sound outlandish, but I can get you a ceasefire almost overnight if Bibi's gone. And because the Israeli negotiators have said publicly, not publicly, got leaked and it was in the Israeli press. You have to give us a little bit of wiggle room. If you don't give us a little bit of wiggle room, obviously they're not going to do the deal. And he's like, I know, right? That's why he's not giving them the wiggle room. So
I feel like Shapiro is very biased. So, I mean, not that I wouldn't listen to him, but is he the best source? I don't know. Yeah, and again, that's the thing. This has been going on for so long that, like, to act as if it just started on October 7th is silly to me. Like, that is not what we're talking about. And people will just start the conflict whenever it's convenient for them. That's what it seems like. Shout out to Dave Smith.
Don't ask for land in Gaza. Get the hell out of Gaza. You just ceasefire. That's the easy part. So the hard part is the occupation, ending the occupation. But even that, I can get it to you in 2 months as long as Israel actually wants a deal. So go to an election, get rid of Netanyahu, put in, Benny Gantz. Is Benny Gantz an angel? No, he's the one that ordered all the bombings of Gaza to begin with, right? Benny Gantz has got.
So Big A, are you saying Israel good or Israel bad?
Massive war crimes on his record. So don't worry, he's not a softie, okay? But he's not my favorite guy in the world, to say the least. But Benny Gantz can do a peace deal if he wants to. So look, only one group of people can actually settle this. Well, there's actually 2 groups of people. One is the Israeli population. You voted someone who wants to do a peace deal, you'll get a peace deal, okay? Number 2 is the American president. So if I'm the American president, I'm saying a hypothetical, right? Or any American president that actually wants to get a peace deal done. You just say, I'm going to cut the funding. Israel will do the deal immediately.
I don't disagree. Again, I'm coming from ignorance, but that sounds like a good goddamn idea. Stop giving money to these people who are tit for tat fighting. If you're going to end it, well, let's go. But if you're just doing this tit for tat, we're not paying for it. You see, what I'm saying is Cenk is right to say what he said. Word up. Fair enough. And yeah, I agree with the conclusion.
You just say, I'm going to cut the funding. Israel will do the deal immediately. They don't say they want to cut the funding because AIPAC gives them $100 million. It's not complicated.
Makes sense to me.
Not 1% complicated.
Yeah.
So Lex, tell me this, okay? So if the U.S. president said, I'm going to cut the funding, Do you think that it might have a giant problem for Netanyahu? Might it hurt his government? Might they have to go to an election? Would Israeli politicians, let alone the population, begin to really, really worry that they're
Seems like it.
going to lose an enormous source of funding and weapons?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So why wouldn't we use our leverage? It's crazy not to use our leverage.
Solara said we should just get out of there and let them do whatever they want. Let the best Arab win. Yeah, I completely agree with. And if Iran or Egypt or whatever, if somebody else becomes a problem, okay, let's deal with the problem when we have a problem. Let's not create a problem preventing a problem. That don't make no sense.
Yeah. And this is where we go back to the steel man of Trump. It feels like he's the only one crazy enough to use that leverage. By
But
crazy, I mean,
yes.
good.
Again, I will remind you guys when the rage and fear that I had when we were talking or when Trump was talking with or about North Korea is that if they do anything, they're going to be met with fire and fury. I was like, hey, yo, chill the fuck out. We're talking about a crazy dictator here. He's got nukes. And again, it was Papa Lodge. He was like, hey, he was right. It worked, didn't it? I was like, yeah, but how could he couldn't have possibly known that was going to work. And again, it's like, how many times can you see someone make a play and be like, they don't know that that's going to work, and it works, before you realize, okay, maybe he does know. Maybe he knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he's the right type of crazy.
Bingo.
Well said. King Nirvana said, like most issues, I feel like if the government wants bullshit to keep happening, it will, no matter what. They are blood-soaked monsters. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Only one crazy enough to use that leverage. By
But-
crazy, I mean in a
Yes.
good kind of sense. Bold enough, not giving a shit about convention, not giving a shit about pressures and money and influence and all that kind of
Mhm.
stuff.
That's true.
Yes, but
You think Kamala is going to do that? You think Kamala Harris? That's who we're talking about?
with the biggest asterisk in the history of the world, which is 12% chance he does that, and that's great.
Well, I don't really trust your percentage calculations because you think you have almost a 10% chance of getting lucky with Joe Rogan, and that the chances you have to get lucky in a fight with Joe Rogan are equal to that of Alex Jones. So I don't trust your calculations.
The history of the world, which is 12% chance he does that, and that's great, but a huge chance he does the opposite, and he goes, let's call it 80 again, 80%. Oh yeah, Miriam wanted me to give Israel to West Bank to Israel, so you have it, guys. Now you just occupy the whole thing forever, okay?
Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet? Never mind. Okay, never mind.
Giant war. Oh yeah, I'm going to prove how tough I am. I'm going to nuke Iran. Oh no, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, Trump is a massive risk. He's an enormous amount of risk.
Yeah, but we shouldn't make perfect the enemy of good. Maybe this is a risk worth taking.
If you were running a company and not a country, would you hire Trump as your CEO?
Yes. I would hire Trump to be my CEO before I would vote for him to be president. What the fuck are you talking about?
Everyone watching just screamed inside their heads, no!
Put a 1 in the chat if you screamed no in your head. Put a 2 in the chat if you had the same thinking as me.
CEO. Everyone watching just screamed inside their heads, no! Okay, you would never take that kind of risk with your company. You got an 80% chance the guy's going to blow up the company? No way. And you
80% chance he's gonna blow up the country. Our company. 80% chance that somebody who was the best president in my lifetime, 80% chance that he's gonna blow up the company. What? Insane. We got twos, and shout out to Giggling Spy. Welcome. Good to see ya. Apparently. And yeah, the Middle East is the opposite of us. They are not people who are like, if you guys get it. I'm glad I'm glad I don't have to explain this to you guys, and you get it. Y'all get it.
You got an 80% chance the guy's going to blow up the company? No way. And you know it too. If you're, especially if you're a businessman, you know you're not going to hire that loose cannon to run your company. It's unacceptable risk.
Yeah, I'm going to take business advice from Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks over Donald Trump of all Trump businesses.
But you're not wrong. We talked about it earlier. But as part of that risk, there's a sliver in there that he could accidentally do the right thing.
We talked
Sliver. A sliver. He's given us a sliver. How big is that sliver? 80%? 90%? 112%? Who knows? Either way, it's very clear that, Cenk is not one of these crazy leftists. He is, by all means, at least trying to be a moderate centrist. He's trying. I will give credit for that. I will also call out how stupid the fucking ideas are, but I will also give credit for somebody who's trying. And as long as you're trying, then it's possible to reach you. It's possible to reach you. And yeah, Michael said, bro is making more sense than I thought he would, but still just randomly says deluded stuff. Doesn't happen overnight, but over the past 6 months, we have definitely seen, an improvement in the way that the Young Turks specifically, and a conspiracy, more specifically, but Cenk as well, have been starting to see through the bullshit, where a lot of other channels either do not see through the bullshit or lean into the bullshit, knowing that it's bullshit. So I said, I think he's full of shit and good at appearing to try. Maybe, and that will definitely become clear over the next year or so. That'll definitely become clear whether it's just the grift or whether it's a genuine change. And I already feel like it's a genuine change in Anna. Whether it's him, I don't know. So I said he was. Oh yeah. Instagram kicks us off after 4 hours. 4 hours we've been doing this. All right. So Larry said, however, he was excited about Trump's fight reaction to the assassination attempt. I thought he was a Trumper for a second. That's all I'm saying. They're moving in the right direction for sure. A big thank you to all of the donations, guys. Really, really, really coming through for me, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. I can't do this without you. I can't do it without you. I can do everything that I want to do, but it's all for nothing if not for you guys. And of course, obviously, everybody who's opened their wallet and given me money. Again, the money is the way that the world, it is what it is. You're not stupid. You get what money is. But hopefully you understand that that's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is to build this community, to get you guys over into that Discord server for free so that we can actually talk about this stuff in a way that is productive and actually changes the political landscape of this country. I think we can do it. I know we can do it. Sam, is Sam a member? Sam's not a member. Get your shit out then. Get you're in the Discord. Once you get to level 15, you are cordially invited to the after party, or you could skip the line. It's just $2.99 a month, guys. That is 12 after parties. That is 12 after parties at least. That doesn't count if anybody else wants to jump in there. Hey, you guys want to hang out? That doesn't count any Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, where after the stream I decided to go in there. At least 12 after parties for $3. Worst case scenario, just cancel it. That's it. We got this. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I can't explain to you how important this is to me. And when you guys show up, it there's something in me that comes alive. So thank you so very, very much. Once again, that is Morty. He is asleep. You fed him well, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here for friggin' hours. Peace.